Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. We are here with MotherShip Poker, hanging out, playing some pokers on the Unibet. Currently, we've got €1 Singularity running that started about an hour ago. We jumped in a little late on it, jumped in about 30 minutes in. Registration is going to be closing on that fairly soon. We're not doing terribly. We're not doing great on there. We're a little bit above start stock and doing okay. We started off pretty bad. Called off big bet with ace high. The bet didn't make a whole lot of sense. It turned out that he actually had the flush, which didn't really make a whole lot of sense given the betting pattern that went on, but that's the way, what are you going to do? So that kind of cut our chip stack in half right off the start, and we've slowly built it back up, so we're up over start stack again in the Singularity, and not doing too bad. We have also got currently the Deep Impact Nano running, which I just regged in, down a few chips after getting into a hand with Ace King that I had to get out of on the turn. River, which cost me some chips, but we're still doing okay. Going to register in the Falling Star when it starts in about 45 minutes, and of course we're going to be in the Comet as usual as well. So it'll be a fairly typical Friday, I think. See how things go. I was off stream yesterday. I won the Dwarf Star Nano Bounty Tournament for €5.10 for the prize pool. €5.10 for the prize pool, and another €1.50 odd for bounties as well, which was pretty cool. That is one I had not won before, so that makes 4 bounty titles that I have to my name now. The Dark Matter, the Comet, the Titan, and the Dwarf Star Bounty Nanos now. Trying to collect a full set, to be perfectly honest with you. I would love to collect a full set of every Nano trophy they have. Not that there are actually trophies involved, but we can pretend, can't we? Probably should have put in a raise there with that, but I'm actually especially given the flop, I'm actually pretty happy with the calling behind. So I'm gonna check. I was almost about to donk out there for some completely unknown reason. But I mean, I think we've got like the virtual nuts here with redraws to the better virtual nuts kind of thing, if you get my drift. So I think we just call behind, reassess again on the turn, but I mean, we're pretty much guaranteed to have the best hand at this point, I think. Might be a King-9 out there. It's not entirely impossible for there to be an Ace-King out there that's hit 2 pairs as well. Pair 9s for a set is not entirely impossible either. And even a pair of 3s that just got there on the turn. At this point, though, I'm pretty happy that my aces and kings, queen high is probably good, so I'm going to check call. I'm not check raising ever, because, I mean, a king obviously beats me. Oh, wow. And so basically I was flop dead by the worst ace, and we just finally get there when the king pairs on the turn, so that's It's nice. It's kind of a dirty hand where I kind of suck out over in the river, but at the end of the day, it's the best hand pre-flop one, which, you know, is the way it's supposed to go. Hey, Cleeds, how's it going, buddy? It was the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, my friend. And it's worth remembering that we also took second in the Dark Matter Nano yesterday as well, so, you know. So we've currently got this one going, and we've also got a €1 Singularity that I think has probably got Reg closing pretty quick on it. Reg is now closed on that. So we had 85 people. Didn't hit the guarantee of €100. So yeah, we will see how that goes from here. But we are also in that one, not doing terribly. 23 of 47 with 15 people getting paid. So we still need a bit of work to do in that one, but it's not. We're not in terrible in terrible shape. Need to pop over to the lobby screen and get myself registered in a few of these tournaments that I want to play coming up. So Falling Star is going to be starting soon. Let's get into that one. There we go. €200 Falling Star. We likey the Falling Star. And with the free roll that starts in just a couple of minutes. Let's put our name down for the Comet, just because we don't know if it's going to run or not. Only 2 people registered in the Comet for the record, so anybody who wants to make sure that runs, Comet Nano, that is, anybody who wants to make sure that runs can go jump into it now. For the record, only 1 person registered in the big Comet as well. I don't have €50 to spend, so I'm not going to jump in the big Comet, but that one could probably use it. I'm pretty sure Ian said it didn't run yesterday, so. And I am in the UK set roll as well. So we've got 1 Falling Star. Got 0.65 for the Comet. Got 0.01 for K2er set roll. And we've also got the Hold'em Bounty free roll. Oh, didn't change my title today. I'm still advertising Wednesday. I'm like 2 days behind the scenes. Title is updated. Cool. It's going to be a pretty chill stream today, I think. Pretty quiet day, probably. I do have 4 tables set to start up here relatively quickly within the next half an hour or so. And actually, possibly, we're going to end up with 5, depending on how we do in the free roll. The free rolls that's starting up here in a minute is one of the ones that's really, really swingy. You're either hanging around late. I actually might not even put the free roll on. I might just take it off the screen because it's usually not even that interesting, even when I am playing it and playing it directly. It's not the most interesting tournament in the world because there's a lot of folding involved and there's a lot of a lot of time banking, a lot of folding. It's a satellite type tournament, so. So I'm starting to feel like Crazy Papa follows me the fuck around. He seems like he's on every single table that I play in nano tournaments lately. It's really starting to feel kind of stocky. I know it's really hard to be stocky on Unibet when people change their avatars so much and stuff, but damn, man, it's like every single nano table I get lately. There's Crazy Papa sitting there somewhere on the table. There's Crazy Papa. Crazy Papa being crazy once again. As I've said before, I cannot confirm that Crazy Papa is a Papa. I can confirm he is 100% crazy. It's actually Crazy Papa was 3-handed in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano yesterday with Crazy Papa, and the other avatar I was 3-handed with was Crazy Kiddo 72 or something like that. Crazy Kiddo 89 or some number afterwards. And I'm like, great. I'm here against 2 crazies. So the free roll has just kicked off. I'm not going to bother to put it on stream for the time being. I'm actually going to take it off my list because I don't actually think I'm going to show it today. It's just a free roll anyways. Doesn't really matter to anybody, I don't think. Barely matters to me these days. These ones used to be really key to my free roll challenge back in the original at the start. And they were worth it to me to really put a lot of effort into getting through and getting the tickets at the end because the tickets were worth some cash usually for me. And I mean that's still the case, but I can generally make better use of my time in a 50-cent nano or a €1 falling star singularity tournament these days. I think that I can in really, 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 really swingy, donkey, high variance free roll type setting where like 1.9% of the field ends up getting anything back at the end. So, you know. But I still like to play them when I'm when they're around and when I'm there, because hey, I mean it's potentially free tickets. Although now it's weird, they're giving away cash game tickets, which another reason I'm not playing them nearly as often is that I just don't have as much interest in winning cash game tickets as I would in winning tournament tickets. Even Ian yesterday was giving away Hexapro tickets instead of tournament tickets, and I'm like, dude, you don't even play Hexapros, dude. Why are you giving away tickets for them? Put in a raise on the singularity table with Queen Jack from sort of middle-ish position. I've been relatively inactive on this table, so I should get a fair amount of respect for this. And I'm actually not sure anybody on this table will recognize me or know anything about me, because I don't recognize anybody else here. And Brookie Martin, as you notice, is a brand newish avatar. I started playing with him yesterday. But other than that, he's brand new. So I think I'm just going to get it in three ways here with my eights. I know I'm probably not in great. I know the eights they're probably behind. Nah, I mean, he doesn't actually have that much either, to be honest. So I think we're just going to put in another bet, make him go all in. And we hit the set, so that's always nice. However, so Golden takes it, but we take some, which is okay. Interesting hand is also developing over on the deep impact table. So, I mean, I guess if we're just up against aces or kings, we're just up against aces or kings, right? And we're going to just end up taking out a chunk of our stack here. Because I think, I mean, well, I guess eights or nines or threes at this point as well. But yeah, I mean, I think our queens are too strong to fold, too strong to call there as well, because, you know, an ace or king on the turn is gross. The fact that he's folding there makes me put him on an ace-x hand of some sort at that point that he's just trying to take away on the flop. And ace-king certainly one of those possibilities, given the way the preflop action went. So I don't really want to see an ace or a king come. So I think just ending it there on the turn or on the flop is not a terrible way for that hand to go down. All right, I was editing. There we go. So we are eventually going to end up with the falling star in there as well. So let's just get all that set up and ready to roll for when it kicks off. So we got 15 to go, or 14 to go until the money. 15 people getting paid in the singularity. We are 18th currently, so we're just slightly out of the money positions, but we've got a decent stack. We've got like 24 big blinds, so we're not in terrible shape at the moment, but we could certainly use a few more chips. See what the flop brings with our ace-7 here. I mean, ace-7's one of the worst aces you can have, but it's still an ace, right? I think I probably just let him take this one. There'll be better spots down the road here, I think. With Crazy Pop on our table, there's always going to be a chance to take significant portions of his stack, or have him take significant portions of our stack in an absolutely absurd hand that has no business being as big as it is, but is as big as it is. Because that's just the way it goes with Crazy Pop on your table. I mean, I guess there's a pretty small player pool for the nanos on here. There's a lot of them that I see over and over again. And I'm guessing that some of the avatars that I don't recognize are the same people in different clothing, right? As well. So it's not a surprise, I guess. Not a huge surprise that we see the same people over and over again. But it's like every single day I have to contend with Crazy Papa on my left on one of these tables, and it's just, you know, sometimes it's not a lot of fun, frankly. Sometimes it's not a lot of fun to have like a crazy dude on your left all the time. I mean, I think we hold our own for the most part against players like that. But it's frustrating because there are times when we let them push us around, and it feels, you know, like we're definitely letting them push us around, but there's not a whole lot of choice in those hands. You know, so, and I don't think we're ever going to be the kind of player that plays their style, so we can't exactly play back at them that way, because we're not going to do it as well as they do, typically. So, it's one of the things. I mean, I talk about how crazy Pop is. There's other players around here that I will make fun of the way that I will not make fun of the way Crazy Papa plays. He's crazy as fuck, no question about it. But there's method to his madness. And he's a dangerous fucker, that's for sure. So. Having said that, I don't think he recognizes Bricky Martin as anybody other than the guy that beat him at the Dwarf Star Nano table yesterday. Assuming he even remembers that at all. But shouldn't be any reason at this point that he would associate us with Tangeli or Card Chick or Flesh Puppy or any of the other ones that we play with. I spent a lot of time yesterday going through various ways of grouping my results data into various interesting forms. One of the things I realized I don't have, which I wish I had been keeping track of till this point, and I haven't, and I'm pretty sure there's no way I can go back and check now, but I wish I'd been keeping track of what avatar I was playing with on any given day, because it'd be kind of fun to break down my results by personality. I'm not sure it'd be relevant in any way, but it'd be kind of fun to see the results. I do think that I know for a fact that Tangeli is my biggest winner because she is the one I was playing for both the Stream League and the big 5th anniversary free roll thing that I took down for like 53 euros. So yeah, it's she's definitely the best one that I have. But I'd be curious to see how the other ones stack up. We're done in the Singularity. We raised 10s. We raised 10. I wonder if we can... No, I still can't get into the damn replayer. That's annoying. Afterwards. We raised 10s, got called. This is small blind to big blind. We raised 10s. We got called by the big blind. Flop came 4, 5... No, 3, 4 jack. I decided that there's no reason that he had to have a jack, so I bet out. He raised. I decided he could raise there because he has a bigger stack than me. I decided he could raise there for a bluff some of the time. He can raise there on Ace X that hasn't hit any of the boards some of the time, and he can even bluff with other sorts of hands in there, given the relative stack sizes between us. He had about 3 times as many chips as I did. So I decided to put in the reshove at that point, which was about 3.5x his bet. And he called me off with Ace 5, which as it hadn't hit the board yet, but it was on a gut shot straight draw, and he hit the deuce to get the wheel and took me out. Which I guess is, not terrible. I'm not that upset to get a call from Ace 5 because I think I double up there a good percentage of the time rather than losing. But it's a little annoying to go out that way, I guess. And we probably didn't need to reshove on the flop. We probably could have called and then maybe get away from it when the deuce comes and there's the deuce 3-4 on the board. Because Ace 5 is certainly one of the hands that you would think about there. Then again, I may not get away from it there either, so it may not be. Yeah, it may be one of those hands where it's just gonna be me done. I mean, I guess I can get away from it when the jack comes, but when only one overcard comes on the board and it's something like a jack, it's hard. If it's an ace, I can get away from my hand. If it's a king, I might even get away from my hand. But the jack is just far less likely to hit there. So I don't know. But yeah, we're done in the Singularity, so we are only playing the Deep Impact at the moment. Got the Falling Stars starting up in 15 minutes. Going to have the Comet, assuming it runs, starting up. Comet Nano starting up in about 30 minutes. And we'll probably kick off the Dark Matter Nano at the same time, which is the one we came second in yesterday, and we've won it once before, so be nice to... I'd like to do a three-peat or a two-peat, a repeat on one of these tournaments at some point. I haven't won one twice. I've won 4 of them one time each. But I'd like to win one of them a second time. It would be cool. Nice little run out on that board for us, although we didn't get much value out of it. Hello, Piano Cat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you as always. Always lovely to have our kitty cat curled up beside the keyboard when we play. That is so weird. I'm going to have to do some reading, I guess, and figure out what I'm doing wrong. Because I made you an editor in MooBot settings, and then I gave editors all powers. Supposedly, anyways. So... Huh. Let me bot. So okay, so it's not tiers. Not tiers, so it's not in user management. Permissions. Dashboard editors. Huh. Okay, so it says you're a MooBot editor, Piano Cat. And it says you have, so let's go back and look at the all permissions group then. So edit the all permissions group. Yeah, it says you're supposed to have all permissions, I think, if you're a member of this group, which should allow view existing custom commands, edit existing custom commands, add new custom commands, remove existing custom commands, run custom commands via the dashboard. Alrighty, I guess I have to do some reading because it looks to me as though you should have essentially God mode on my... Yeah, you should essentially have God mode on my MooBot, I think. Weird. So once I'm done with the stream today, I'll have to go do some reading and see if I can figure out why it's... Permissions can sometimes be a bit weird, and I may just not have attached to the group correctly or whatever. It can be quite weird the way they do it sometimes, and the MooBot seems to kind of seem to be backwards. So we'll see. We got ace queen here on the. I don't know why I've still got the singularity table open. Why am I? So I think. I mean, this is a massive shove, obviously. I think ace queen's ahead, but do I really just want to? Do I really just want to blow off that many big blinds here? I mean, it's 100. We're at like 6120, and he shoves 4,000 chips. I mean, what the hell, right? We're gonna put in the 4-bet with our jacks here, I think. We got an overpair to the board, so I think we're gonna continue with a pretty chunky bet. It's a fairly wet board, so I don't really want people coming along too much. I think we got the best hand now, but the turn can certainly change that. I think that's mostly bricky. I mean, obviously the 6-7 got there, but that's really the only thing that gets there here. So I think we just need to make sure we keep putting Mary 25 in. Wow. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, it's the most fucking random hand in the world. How are you calling a 4-bet with that? And then just... Oh, fuck. You're calling a 4-bet with that pre-flop. And then on the flop, you're calling a 3/4 bet, a 3/4 pot bet with a fucking gut shot? No other draw whatsoever? What? I mean, what the fuck is going through her head? I'm sorry to use such language, but honestly, what the fuck was going through her head on that hand? Wow. So I'm going to bring this up. We're going to run through this again because I can't believe what I just saw. I cannot believe what I just saw. Right, so let's go back to the beginning of this hand. And this is after she shoved the 4,000. Well, let's actually look at the previous hand first because that's actually relevant in this spot as well. So we get dealt ace queen on the big blind. Get a limp from Cones there, and then she just fucking rips her whole stack in for, so we're 61-20. That is what, 10, 20, 30, 40 big blinds. She just lamps in her stack for 40 some odd big blinds. Not quite 40, but pretty close. Don't know what the hell's going on there, but you know, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna call off with our ace queen. So we tank fold, but we fold, and they get rid of it. So we move on to the next hand. I'm in the small blind with Jack. I'm in the small blind with Jack here, and she puts in the limp. It's a min raise from, so we put in the 4-bet. Well, I guess it's a 3-bet because she limped. So I guess it's a 3-bet. I mean, I don't know what the hell she's calling the 3-bet here with 6-7 offsuit for. I have no idea what Dom has either, but you know, we never do find that out. And here, when I throw out a 3/4 pot bet, what are you doing calling with fucking gut shot at this point? I mean, a gut shot and nothing else. You're calling on 4 outs. You're putting. I mean, there's no way you have odds for that call. There's no way you have any. I mean, it's astonishing to me that there's any reason for them to be there. And then of course they get gin on the turn, which should be a brick card for everything. And you know, we're just dead. It's a completely stupid hand that has no business even being being there. So I'm pretty confused. Anyways, we'll go back to the play because I don't frankly have any clue what the hell was going on that hand. Crazy pop-up to his old tricks again, shoving 80 big blinds. Just open shoving, you know. Yeah, okay, I guess it's only 50. I guess it's only 50, you know. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's it's a valid point, Mike. Um, you know, I do suppose that's a valid point, and I need to. I mean, I need to be able to just. I mean, I don't think 6/7 is there very often, so I think when I say on the turn that that's a pretty bricky card, I think I'm right about that. So I'm not. I mean, I'm not terribly upset with the way that all went. I'm just mystified at the way they decided to try to light their stack on fire and got ridiculously lucky to not, in fact, light their stack on fire against me there. So we got third pair now, but we also have the second nut flush draw. So I don't think we're going anywhere. See y'all at the river, folks. See ya all at the river. Not the river I wanted to see, frankly, but we still have third pair here. Probably no good to these betting. I mean, I think we needed the club to come in for our hand to be good, or possibly a queen, but even a queen's a bad card in this spot. Another jack would have been okay for us, but I don't think the brick on the river can have our hand be any good. Well, that was weird. That was a totally aborted sneeze. So I guess with all these limpers, my best spot is to just shove. Or no, it's not limpers, actually. So there's a bet and then two calls. So I guess my best chance is just to shove my ace king here. And get it in against Mary's much worse hand. Good Lord! I mean, honestly, what the fuck, people? What the actual fuck? The same person gets it in against us twice with completely crap hands and sucks out on us twice. What the fuck? I mean, it's not that she calls me there with 10-8. I'm like, thank you. That's fucking awesome that you called me there with 10-8. It's the runouts on these tables that fucking mystify me. How the hell do they run out so often to have a fucking 10-8 win the hand against an ace king? I mean, seriously. Ace king v 10-8 preflop is, it's not as big as I thought. It's only 65-35, but it's still, I mean, the number of times 35% gets there these days seems pretty astonishing to me. And then, so in the last three hands, she's won an 18%, 18.11% against me, and a 30 What was that one again exactly? Ace King versus 10-8. And a 36.44 against me. I mean, can players really be that bad that they think calling off with 10-8 is the right move in a spot like that? That's why I suspect some sort of cheating might be involved in some cases like that. Because are they really that bad that they're going to call a 3-bet with 6-7 off? That they're going to call behind for their entire stack with 10-8? I don't know. I find it astonishing that anybody could be that bad at poker, frankly. However, if they know what cards are going to come, it makes perfect sense that they would be making those sorts of plays. That's why I wonder in spots like that, is because the only way for that to make sense is for them either to be astonishingly bad at poker, way worse than I think is possible for anyone who's actually going to sit down and play the game, even put 25 cents into a game, or they know what's going to come. Because it makes perfect sense to call off your stack with 10-8 if you know that flop and that turn and that river are going to come. Right? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm in the Falling Star as well, Piano Cat. I should get that up on I should get that up on screen so we can go watch it as well. Oh, that's the wrong title. Let's get the right title up there. Let's get the right title up there. Save all. Save all. There we go. And I think our title will be right now. Yep, there we go. There's still late reg in the Deep Impact. Yeah, registration's still for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So I might lamp my stack in here and rebuy at some point in the very near future. Ace-3 on the small blind wouldn't be a terrible place to do that. Yeah, I think Ace-3 is a little small for that. I don't really have any fold equity, especially not with Mary in the pot. Yeah, this is the one to get our money in with. don't think I've ever played that one before, Piano Cat. Let me have a look at the structure on that. Yeah, what the heck? I'm in for... Yeah, we busted in the deep impact, so I'm going to buy one more stack there. We got called by King Jack of Diamonds and 8-9 off. The 8-9 off hit trips on the flop with one diamond, and then it came runner diamond, and the diamonds took it away from us. Either way, our hand got literally crushed. We were best pre-flop, although we were against two sets of overcards, so we weren't in great shape pre-flop. But yeah. Alrighty, well I jumped into the Step It Up as well, see what it's like. Piano Cat, I've never played it before, so this will be a new experience for me. That's a 2. Step It Up. Alrighty, so we're about to hit the break. Got some new random ads for you to roll up. Let me get that queued up for you here. I'm apparently still in a hand that I didn't realize on the free roll table, but we are out of that now. So we'll be right back after these short messages.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy, ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open, simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
Coffee, fresh, rich, deep in flavor. Coffee hot and dark, a whole lot of coffee. Have it. Coffee that warms and pleases your life a little, and for the time of a cupful, makes it that much more enjoyable. This is today's Sanka coffee. It is meant to be enjoyed a lot. Have more. Have a whole day of it. Only the richest coffee beans go into it. Only caffeine comes out of it. But you can't taste the caffeine in any cup of coffee. Have it right into the night. Today's Sanka coffee, still remarkably 97% caffeine-free. It comes in instant and ground, another fine product of General Foods. Have a whole day of it.
Jack Benny rides again with his cast of crazy characters every Tuesday night over most of these stations.
This is Donald Tonry, and here is what he does to relax. How did Don get and stay in such superb physical shape? Through vigorous physical activity every day. Physical fitness pays off for all boys and all girls in and out of school. For a free booklet to help you evaluate the fitness program in your school, write the President's Council on Physical Fitness, Washington 25, D.C.
Is this the Clark Gable of the 80s? Meet Tom Selleck, star of Magnum P.I. in this week's TV Guide.
What's the first thing to do if a fire breaks out in your house? Get out immediately. Get yourself and your family out of the house and don't go back. Then call the fire department from your neighbor's house. Thank you, neighbor. Be sure and give your name and complete address. The fire department will be over there in a matter of minutes. You'll be safe over here. Hello, fire department?
News 4. The people up in Harlem. News 4. Glen Cove and Yorktown Heights. News 4. Astoria and Dumont. News 4. For all you Jerseyites. News 4 New York. We know all the places. News 4 New York. We never miss a spot. News 4 New York. We cover the bases. News 4 New York. We know where it's hot. We know where it's hot. News 4.
Mother and daughter. Hard to believe Mrs. Cast is 21 years older. She's so slim and trim. The reason? Exercise and the right kind of foods, like this, a post-grape nuts breakfast, the light kind of breakfast that fills you up, but not out. And only grape nuts have these crunchy nuggets bursting with nut sweet flavor. So try a post-grape nuts breakfast. It fills you up, but not out. And for that famous grape nuts flavor in a whole wheat flake, get Post Grape Nuts Flakes, the sweetest tasting wheat flakes ever.
Alrighty, we are back. Got some new tournaments popped up. Unfortunately, the Step It Up didn't run, but we're about to jump into, assuming the Dark Matter ran. Dark Matter Nano did run, so we're about to jump into it as well. And give me a few minutes to get my tables sorted out. I'm actually playing 5 at the moment, including the free roll, which is unusual for me. I don't usually play 5. So I might be a little slow on the uptake. Again, one of these two-handed tables on the Dark Matter that started off, and I raise ace-9, the guy fucking shoves on me for... It's fucking annoying. Absolutely no reason to fucking shove there. You're shoving 1,000 big blinds. It's stupid. I don't get it. I do not get it. So that didn't work, so instead we went into the 0.2 nano Dark Matter. We're still playing the Falling Star, yes. We busted this Singularity. We're still playing. Yeah, okay, cool. So, fold that, fold that, fold that. Got jacks in this one. star. So this one is going to be the deep impact. Deep impact. Sorry, I'm just getting all my tables set up here as well. And table 4 is the dark matter. Alrighty, so that's most of that. Now let's make sure my titles are right. So we've got, that one is the comet. Falling star. So we got deep impact. And where are you, dark matter? There you are. So this is not the deep impact, so this will be the deep. Falling stars, what I need. Alrighty, let's have a quick look at what we're playing now. We got the Comet Nano on the top left. We got the Falling Star Bounty in the top right. We got the Deep Impact Nano in the bottom left. 2 bullets deep. And we've got the Dark Matter Nano in the bottom right. We are also playing a free roll off the screen, which I'm thinking is going to be done soon. Hey, get him on us. Welcome, buddy. Go back to our main scene here. Currently watching the Falling Star Bounty. Alrighty, I got a lot going on at the moment, so forgive me if I'm not talking much. I'm trying to get caught up on what's happening on my tables. And make sure that everything is sorted out, get caught up on chat, so... Cool. So we're playing three nano events right now. The dark matter nano, the deep impact nano, and the comet nano. I have Crazy Papa on 2 of my 3 nano tables. He's on my deep impact table and my comet table. Only table he's missing from is my deep impact table. Or my dark matter table, I'm sorry. And he's not playing in the Falling Star Bounty, at least not at my table either, so... Picked up a pair of 10s here on the Comet table. Under the gun, I mean. And we put in a raise. Saw some calls. I think we're going to c-bet this flop. We're going to have a lot of kings or jacks in our range, i.e. hands with a king or a jack in our range. I think we can fire a second bullet here some of the time, but I think in this case we're just going to check back because his call indicates that he's probably sitting on a jack or a king. However, so an ace-5 hand just got there against us. We are 10 high with 2 pairs, so he's queen high with 2 pair. We probably get him off the pot if we bet on the turn there, so I probably should have fired a second bullet, but here we are in one of these ridiculous 2-person tables. I don't really understand why these happen. We should not be playing poker until there's at least 3 people at this table in a multi-table format. And developing over on the Falling Star table that I'm going to take you to here shortly once we figure out what happens here. In fact, I'm going to take you over there now because that's going to be a more interesting hand. So I flopped a middle set here. Should have just shoved, I guess. Actually, yeah, I should have just shoved. I didn't realize how. Should have looked closer at my bet size before I clicked the button. But, I mean, I'm pretty happy with my spot here, I think. So I'm happy to get the rest of my chips in. And we managed to hold for a booty. Nice. 34 cents added to our bankroll. And of course, a nice few little bits of chips. Hello, Addy. Good to see you, buddy. Pinky 3M, good to see you. Welcome. Wow. Huh. Yeah, all right. I think I'm probably out of that hand. Just got in with Queen 10 against 3-3 on the free roll table, and flop comes 3x3. So I think I'm pretty much done there. Seems very busy for me today for some reason. Good to see you, Pinky. Good to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Got 4 tables going at the moment. Just busted out of the free roll we were playing. I wasn't watching that on stream, but we're currently... We just took a booty and stacked some chips in the Falling Star bounty that we're playing. Let's go over and have a quick look at the 4-table spread now. Comet, we're just sitting at start stack. The Falling Star bounty, top right there, we just, like I say, just took a booty and stacked some chips and basically crushed Strana's stack at the same time. Got it in 3 ways there. We aren't doing terribly down in the deep impact either, although we are in our second bullet, and it's getting pretty late in the day for us. And over on the dark matter nano bottom right, we just got ourselves crushed in a hand that we flopped or rivered top pair on a board that had 6, 7, 8, 9 on it, and we stupidly called a bet with our ace 9 against ace 10, who had been there the whole time. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We still have chips. We still have a chair, so we can still do something there. Head back to our main scene. It's easier to see, I think. Got a pair of deuces in the Comet on the big blind. So I think we probably call behind here most of the time. See a flop, basically set mining, I think. I mean, we could throw in a raise here as well. I'm wondering how plus EV that is against somebody whose avatar is specifically named Raise My Bluff. Strikes me that that's probably not going to be your best move against them. And again, maybe they're being honest. I mean, he is playing pretty aggressively. We'll get rid of our deuces. We didn't flop our sets, so. We dug our mine and it came up empty. That's okay. We keep mining. We're happy to keep mining. Been getting somewhat crushed in the deep impact. Our first stack went to, let's go and have a look at that table. Our first stack went to Mary up there at the top of the table when she called us off. She called a 3-bet the first time with 6-7 offsuit and ended up running out to her straight. And then we shoved for 20 some odd big blinds with jacks, and she snapped us off with 10-8, or jacks or queens, one of the two, and she snapped us off with 10-8. Got there again. So, yeah, it was pretty gross. It's pretty gross. It's been pretty gross over there. So we picked up Ace King on the Comet table. Excuse me, I am back. I remembered to unmute myself that time. So I'm going to check back on this one, I think, and see what the flop brings, or see what the turn brings. Do a delayed c-bet there, perhaps. I can get away from this one as well, I think. I might see one street against Raise Your Bluff. Against Raise My Bluff here, but... I wonder how often he's just firing off here. Guess not that often. Oh, that's gross, Pinky. Yeah, come join us for the Comet Nano. Only 20 people in there so far. I'm apparently calling off massive hands with just ace high, so, you know, if you get on my table, free chips. So we're in last place in the Comet with 100 big blinds. It's pretty funny, and the stack sizes in the Comet are just kind of absurd at the beginning. I mean, I can't think of another tournament in the world where you can be in last place in chips and still have 100 big blinds. Main event, maybe, on the first day, but that even seems unlikely. If I had to pick a tournament for my second win, I think it'd probably be the Comet. If, I mean, for winning the same tournament a second time. It'd be cool to do it in the Comet. It'd be cool to do it in Dwarf Star as well, though. I liked, that one's a nice one. I like playing the bounties. Which is weird. I never would have said that before I started playing on Unibet here. I used to hate bounty tournaments. On other sites, I have typically not enjoyed playing bounty tournaments. It's not typically my style. It's still not really my style. I still actually get through these bounty tournaments a lot of times with a lot fewer bounties than other players do. Because in many ways, I play them not that much different from a normal freeze out. Because at the end of the day, that's all they are. They're just a freeze out with a few extra pennies or dollars on the put in the raise here with my ace jack. You know, but the basic structure of the tournament is still just a freeze out usually. So I'm going to put in C-bet here. It's not exactly the sort of board that a pre-flop raiser should hit, but not thrilled with the hearts coming. But I don't hate them either, and it could definitely be bluffing. There could also be a 9-10 out here. Hmm. Do I just call off here with top pair when there's flushes and straights on the board? Straighty, flushy boards. I mean, those are the best boards to bluff on, right? Those are the best boards to bluff on. Those are the best boards to bluff on. That said, they're also not terrible boards to sometimes get value on because people think they're good boards to bluff on. So they call you off with light hands like top pair when you're sitting there with straights and flushes. Although I think his line is definitely representing a flush there. So I don't think any other hand is betting that aggressively. The straights are not that happy to be betting aggressively with the flush cards out there, I don't think. So, I don't know. Hard to say. Oh, yeah, it's super slow, and there'll be spots. There'll be spots to go. Again, that's why I fold my top pair there. You know, when he could be bluffing me off the pot there. No question. You know, and it's just the sort of line that people take in this when they're bluffing. But it's also the sort of line people take in this when they're value betting. So it was just too high a variance a spot for me, and I could still get in better spots later, double my stack up a couple of times, and be right back in this thing. So I'm not too worried. I mean, I still got 40 big blinds, right? So I'm not that worried at this point. Still got lots of time. I'm pretty sure the day I won this as well, I didn't win it from the biggest stack. I won it from I'm not sure I had the smallest stack at any point during that tournament, but I definitely was one of the people hanging out around the bubble, around the bubble spots. You know, and then once the bubble burst, I doubled up a couple of times and got into a good position and took it down. So you don't necessarily have to win these things from the top stack all the time. That's true of all poker tournaments, of course, but it's especially true of these deep stack nano tournaments on Unibet. Don't freak out if you lose a couple of pots early and get down to what looks like a tiny stack, because, yeah, it's a tiny stack relative to everybody else in there, but you've still got a bunch of big blinds, you've still got lots of play, and you've still got lots of time to build yourself back up again. I think we're probably just trying to get to a cheap showdown now with our pair of eights. We probably could bet that flop had we decided to at that point with top pair. I was kind of hoping that somebody else would put some chips in on an ace-x bluff of some sort. And then the king and the jack are just a little bit more likely for people to have. So yeah, I mean, I guess my passive play there lost me that pot. I could have taken it on any of the two previous streets probably, but yeah, I probably should have played that one a little more aggressively. Definitely missed out on the flop bet. Being under the gun there after the flop though makes it tricky. I'm never really sure if I should lead out there when I hit top pair like that or not, but I mean, I wasn't planning to go anywhere. Obviously, I was planning to play the hand, but I think maybe I need to bet there. So we're going to need to find some chips in the deep impact here pretty quick. We're down to about 8 big blinds in there, and basically folding off hands like 7 deuce and 10-4 and shit like that. So we're not really pretty card dead over there. Haven't really had an opportunity to do much of anything there. Just a reminder, I won't be on tomorrow. I'll be driving to Calgary to pick my roommate up from the airport. I won't be on Sunday because I'll be railing Ian as he tries to win his World Series of Poker package, main event package. But I'll be back on Monday, as far as I know. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's better. Monday's usually a later day for me as well, if you remember. Sometimes I won't be on until noon my time just because I have to write up the Sunday brief by then. I'm trying to get them done Sunday nights now. It's a little bit easier sometimes, but I think we're just going to shove here on the deep impact. Let's have a quick look over there at that. We shoved ace-queen under the gun. Sorry, under the gun +1 after a limp. We probably get called off by the limper. Get called off by Mary. And we finally take Mary's chips from her. Mary is the one that basically crippled our stack earlier. Wasn't many chips, but we got a few of them from her back anyways. Well, crippled our stack, I should say. She actually basically was the single-handedly responsible for us losing our first stack in this game. Oh, wait a second. I don't think I added a second bullet on my sheet for this, did I? I did not. You fired 2 in that one, Lyle. Make sure you record it. Never fold your queen 9, obviously, on the falling star. Yeah. We might be done in the deep impact. Yeesh. That's looking ugly. That's looking ugly. That's looking pretty gross for us, folks. Getting it in with second pair and getting a shove and a reshove. Oosh. Ooh! Oh, dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy, but we'll take it. We will take it. I will take any level of dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy on my part. Thank you very much, Poker Gods, for that one. Nice little double up there for us in the deep impact. Some chips we didn't really deserve, but hey, this is poker. Every chip you take is one you deserve, right? I don't actually think, when it checks to me there, I don't actually think my shove with second pair is bad at all. I've got slightly less than the pot. I think I'm getting folds a lot of the time from anybody who hasn't hit the board at all, and it's just unlucky that I was up against a pair of fives there. I'm up against an ace-5 there just as often maybe, and or more often even, and I'm ahead of that. So we flop bottom pair. When we get in for cheap on our flush or on our big blind, we're going to see a straight. No, we probably don't call behind that big of a bet there. But while we're over chatting, there is an ace. There is a hand happening on the Comet. So we raised under the gun with ace king, and we got called by Megamore. And I think we're going to put in a c-bet for that. And another one as well, I think. It's a nice river for us, I think. That builds us a few chips back in the Comet Nano. We've got a bit of a stack and a bit of a chance in the Deep Impact Nano again. We have got a pair of 9s and a dream on the Dark Matter Nano table, ladies and gentlemen, with 21 big blinds-ish, 22 big blinds-ish. We are going to be shoving this, I believe. Shoving over the limp. Get a call. Got a very nice hand developing on the Comet table as well. We lost. Oh no, we hit the set on the Dark Matter, so we got through. You're raising into me, Lion. Are ya? You're raising into me, are ya? That's interesting. I think I'll just raise back. I mean, maybe you got 2 3s, and if you've got 2 3s, then, I guess more power to you. We'll just play for stacks, and I guess I'll be done in the Comet if you just got 2 3s. Oh, you got ace 8. Okay, we'll split then. I'm okay with that. Pair of kings now in the Comet. Let's go to like 6x plus to account for the limpers. I think we're going to fire pretty much every flop here, at least every non-ace flop anyways. Three-quarter pot, I think. I actually don't mind ending this here, to be perfectly honest. And we call this off. If he's got a jack, he's got a jack. We've still got outs to 2 kings. And if he's got a 9, we're ahead. So I think we just call it off and hope for the best. That would be the best. Alrighty, so we've rebuilt our stack again on the Comet. We're not in super position, but we actually have a stack again, more than a start stack. So cool. Might have been nice to have been in this hand. I'm all in on the deep impact for 15 big blinds. Ace 5 from the small blind after a limp. Get rid of the 8-3. Just because it's suited is no reason to play it. This Racian, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. We're putting in a 4x 3-bet on the falling star table with a pair of kings. Yes, I could reduce the poker sounds. Yeesh, that's gross. Well, that's gross. I guess we just fold our kings here. I guess our kings just got outflopped. I can reduce those a little bit. Here we go. I dropped the noise a little bit on the poker client, so it should be a little quieter now. Yeah, a bit weird. So I just put in a raise. Lions quite active against us. So I want to come in for a raise against their limp when I have really fairly strong hands. They're playing pretty wide, pretty wide ranges as we've seen. So I'm happy to see bet here. I've been feeling that Habitat could be calling with an ace behind, so it's slightly less likely now, but I think we're going to check call here. Just grabbed a couple of booties on the falling star there. A 42 and a 34. That's plus 0.34, plus 0.42. Guess what, folks? That pays for my buy-in in the falling star, so it's all gravy from here on out. It all be gravy. Interesting hand developing on the deep impact table. We flopped top two and checked, got bet into by K12, put in the raise, which I'm hoping looks bluffy with my stack to his. Looks like I'm trying to just push him off, and I'm hoping he just shoves over me, but he chooses not to. Got another break coming up here in a couple of minutes. No temporal dissonance on this set of ads. They're all from roughly the same time period. Nothing like that big jump from the 50s to the 90s there on that last ad when we suddenly found Tom Selleck and the old version of Dick Van Dyke selling fire insurance from the late 80s, early 90s. I thought I'd just throw that one in there as a bit of a jar for you. I will eventually move up into newer ads as well. The quality of those are pretty bad. Jim Ladd, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard the Mothership. Thank you for the follow, and I do hope there were no transporter accidents on your way up to the ship, dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Pinky, I've adjusted the volume on the client now. Is it better for you? Let me know in chat if it's improved. So I've dropped it down by about 50% of what it was. I do apologize if some of the ads have weird sound qualities from one ad to the next. I haven't really figured out a way to balance the sound across multiple ads that might have been recorded with different levels, and I'm just cutting them together at the moment. So I do apologize if there's bumpy sound levels in between two different ads, because these were never originally broadcast together. Typically, I'm just pulling random ads from here and there, so it's not like they were ever balanced in the past, and they could absolutely be totally different levels. Alrighty, so we're heading off to the break here pretty quick as soon as I get out of the two hands that I'm currently playing. That's getting out of one of them. I think we're going to continue in this one, however, for just a minute or two anyways, because we got second pair. And I think second pair is going to be good here a chunk of the time. Excellent. So we're going to head off to the break now. We'll be back after these short messages.
This is more fun than chasing squirrels. I'm a lucky dog to be going along on their vacation. Hi, fellas. Funny-looking dogs. Sure grow them big out here. Hey, we're coming to a stop. Must be time for supper. Good, because I'm hungry. Bet if it weren't for Gainsburgers, I wouldn't be here at all. Because Gainsburgers go anywhere. They don't have to be refrigerated like canned dog foods. Why, 2 of those beefy Gainsburgers give me all the nourishment of a 1-pound can of the finest dog food, and none of the bother. They give me everything I need and like. Beef, a vegetable, minerals, milk solids, vitamins. It's the canned dog food without the can. Another fine product from General Foods. Have Gainsburgers, we'll travel.
Got a date, Bill? Sure, don't you, Rag Mop?
No.
Hey, you use water on your hair, too. How come your hair looks so good? I use Vaseline hair tonic with the water. Water evaporates and dries hair out. Alcohol and cream tonics evaporate, too. Won't Vaseline hair tonic evaporate? Nope. With Vaseline hair tonic, you can use all the water you want. It replaces oil that water removes.
Here's proof. This solar furnace concentrates natural sunlight. Watch what concentrated sunlight does to these hair tonics. This dish contains alcohol tonic. Look what happens to alcohol. This dish contains hair cream. Look what happens to cream tonic. But clear and clean Vaseline hair tonic hasn't evaporated away. In the bottle and on your hair, the difference is clearly there.
In the bottle and on your hair, the difference is clearly there. It's clear, it's clean, it's Vaseline hair tonic for your hair. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. Make your pleasure true, pleasure long, pleasure filter-free. Chesterfield, get the key. Chesterfield, king's the thing. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes.
If you smoke for pleasure and not just from habit, smoke Chesterfield. 21 great tobaccos are aged mild and blended mild, not filtered mild. More flavor gets home to you in the long pleasure of a Chesterfield King.
21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. Chesterfield, get the king. Blended mild, not filtered mild. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes.
Chesterfield, they satisfy.
I followed the instructions carefully. 2 candles, music, 1 tube of Brill cream. The directions said Brill cream keeps hair clean and natural looking. Clean and natural day and night. Wow. Beautiful. I could tell by her eyes she flipped for clean, natural looking hair.
Brill cream. Are you man enough to try it?
Because so many women are concerned about too much saturated fat in daily meals, a great change in eating habits is taking place in homes all over America. More and more women are using both Mazola corn oil and Mazola margarine. Mazola corn oil for frying and salad dressings because it's best for cutting down saturated fats in the diet when used instead of other leading oils. Mazola margarine, because its major ingredient, pure corn oil, has less saturated fat than the hydrogenated corn oils used in other leading margarines. Less saturated fat because its corn oil is never hydrogenated. A delicious spread and a nutritious seasoning for vegetables, Mazola margarine is the only margarine to contain Mazola corn oil.
So, if you're concerned about too much saturated fat, remember the best combination for cutting down saturated fats in the diet is Mazola corn oil and Mazola margarine.
And we're back. Oh, that sucks, Piano Cat. Sorry to hear that. Mine seems to be going pretty well so far today. Yeah, brutal position seems to be the spot of the day today. Good to see you, Addie. Good to see you here always. Good to see everybody. Show you what we're running here. We got the Comet Nano up in the top left corner. We got the Falling Star Bounty in the top right. We got the Deep Impact Nano bottom left, and we got the Dark Matter Nano bottom right is the four tables we're currently playing at the moment. Depending on what happens over the next little while, we'll probably jump into the Dwarf Star. I always like to play the same tournament when I bust at the previous, or when I win it the previous day. I always like to play it the next day for sure, so we're going to try to get into that. Oh, we're on the bubble in the Deep Impact. Kind of snuck up on me there. I didn't realize we were that close to the bubble there. We're 2 away from the money. We're hand for hand on the Deep Impact now. Let's go over there and have a look. Whoops. So that's that one here. Let's go back to our one table scene and look at the Deep. That's not the Deep Impact. Oh, that's because I turned the Deep Impact off. There we go. That is the Deep Impact. So we are 22 of 28 with 26 getting paid there. Like I say, that bubble kind of snuck up on us. $0.59 would pay for our buy-in barely. We're two bullets deep here, so we're 50 cents deep here. So the mini cash would actually pay for put us slightly into a profit. We're slightly into a profit already on the Falling Star as well because we've paid back our buy-in plus a little bit with bounties now. So today's going pretty good, all things considered. I think we got a pretty decent chance of pulling some profit out of today, I think. I think. Still 2 to go to the money. was a little confused with the times now and it's going to change again, so it'll be back and I won't be confused again, I think next week or the week after, but since my time changed, I just have to double check. Yeah, the Dwarf Star does run in 40 minutes. See, normally I'm used to the Dwarf Star starting 20 minutes ago at 12:45 my time. But since my time changed, everything's happening an hour later for me than it normally does. And then once you guys change again, it'll be back to the quote unquote proper time for me. So I just gotta roll with this for another week, and I'll be back to the times I normally like to play tournaments. So the deep impact is the short stacks are very short compared to us, so we don't really have much of a worry about blinding out. There's 3 stacks of 8,000 or less here, so 2 of those have pretty much got a bust here in the next a little while, I would think. I mean, that's obviously not a guaranteed law of nature or anything, but it's a pretty decent law of poker. Mr. Night Chopper, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, the entertaining. The entertaining poker here on the nano tables, folks. Just lamp 79 big blinds into the middle. Just open shove under the gun. 79 big blinds, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're right. I don't even think the solver is going to be able to fucking figure that shit out, right? I mean, that's just like... I think the only answer the solver can come up with is that is, fold anything less than aces or kings, because, the variance there is just absurd. Entertainment value is amazing. I mean, he just lamps with ace-jack suited. He just lamps 79 big blinds. I mean, it's just, oh, it's funny. It is funny. You just gotta laugh, because if you take it seriously, it's going to make you go insane. Oh, I thank you, Night Shopper. I hope there's trunks in your future as well. I hope the Brinks truck backs up to your door and dumps a whole load of cash onto your doorstep as well. So far, our day's gone pretty well. We paid back our buy-in in the Falling Star with booties already, and we've got a pretty decent stack to run through to the money with. We are on the soft bubble of the Deep Impact, where if we min cash, we'll pay back our buy-ins plus 9 cents, and then we can go from there. And we still got stacks in the Dark Matter and in the Comet Nano as well, so we are still potentially putting cash up on the board from those too. Got to change my vape batteries, otherwise Darth Vapor is going to be out of commission. don't expect this bubble to be very fast on the deep impact. We're still two to go to the money there for the record. Small stack is really small. Yeah, I know, right? 79 big blind shoves. I mean, it's like you play these just for the entertainment value of watching somebody shove 79 big blinds, right? And you just don't see that any other place. I mean, the only other sort of comparable tournament is something, and I mean, granted, obviously the buy-ins are totally different, but you go to something, you think about something like the main event in Vegas, which is a similar deep stack, slow structure type thing, and just imagine sitting down at your table and like on the first day, halfway through the first day, some dude is just shoving like 80 big blinds under the gun. I mean, you're gonna, people are just gonna be like, it's just not gonna happen, right? It just won't happen. Nobody is gonna go there. And I mean, I understand the buy-ins are different, so I understand people don't necessarily care about the money that they put into something like a Comet if they've got a big bankroll or something. And I think that's part of it. I think it's just like, well, let's see what we can, let's see if we can't bank somebody's stack who calls off light here or something, or just pull down, and I don't really care because I've got 10,000 buy-ins at this level, so I don't really care. So I think that's certainly part of it in some cases, but yeah, it's bizarre, and it's not it's obviously not GTO poker, right? I mean, it's I don't really know how to describe it, but it's entertaining nonetheless. We folded out quite the possible hand here on the deep impact, obviously 10-8 there. Suited, we actually could play that as well, but being under the gun, it's not the sort of hand that I'm necessarily going to get involved with very often. That could be a leak in my game. It could be too nitty from that perspective, but it strikes me in this spot, raising 10-8 under the gun is probably going to be. Hey, you can do worse than Canada's women's curling team, Mike. We're not wanting to toot our own horn, but we Canadians are some of the best curlers in the world. Scottish people, and surprisingly lately, the Chinese seem to be doing like super well in curling as well, which is a little bit. It's not exactly in their cultural heritage to play to curl, but they've certainly picked it up well in the last since it became an Olympic sport and they started focusing on it. They picked it up actually really well. But yeah, I'm actually kind of a low-key curling fan. I don't really know any of the teams at any given time, but I know the sport reasonably well, and I love watching it just for the artistry of throwing a rock down a long sheet of ice and having it land within 2 inches of where you planned it to, not just straight, but curling around rocks or powering down a takeout shot that hits your intended target not just hits your intended target, but hits it just right, so you execute the double knockout and leave your rock in scoring position. You know, the artistry that's involved there, it's a pretty incredible sport from that perspective. And I don't think casual observers necessarily. I got to shove this under the gun. Oh, gross! And we bubble the deep impact. Am I supposed to shove that there? Am I actually supposed to shove that there, or am I supposed to fold the small blind? Let me know about that, guys. So small blind and big blind, I got king queen offsuit and 10 big blinds, and we're on the bubble. Am I folding there, or am I shoving there? Obviously, I shoved, and he's got ace-king, so he snaps me off, but he doesn't have ace-king there. I mean, he has ace-king there a very small percentage of the time, and he has calling hands there a very small percentage of the time, I think. So what's... I know we don't have Dara in the audience, but what do you guys think Dara would say about that? Is that one of those where I need to put the pressure on, or is that one of those where I needed to fold and just preserve my stack to get through to the bubble? I'd be curious because it's a gross spot, and I think even on the bubble, I think I got to take that spot. I think that's one of those aggressive spots where I have to put my stack on the line there. But let me know if I got that one wrong, please. Well, that kind of bites. We was really planning to cash that tournament. Sucks being the Michael Bublé. We're still in 3 though, and we're going to be jumping in the Dwarf Star when it kicks off here in a few minutes. So we still got poker. Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that, Night Shopper. I find a dearth of 1 and 2 euro tournaments. I would love to see a couple of 2 euro bounties in the mix. The singularities are good, but I'd like to see a few more of those run as well. Yeah, so it might even be fun to have. Is there any 1 euro rebuy add-on type events or 1 euro rebuy events? Because those might be fun as well. I think it's a little rich for my bankroll, but I don't think it'd be terrible at the 1 euro level. I think 2 euros would be a little high if I'm rebuying and adding on as it gets to be like $6-8, which is pretty chunky on a 150 euro bankroll. But for 3-4 euros isn't terrible, right? I do have a Hexabro ticket that I won from one of Ian's tournaments yesterday, so I might play that later on today as well. He just gets there with 2 pairs, of course. Got an interesting hand developing on the falling star table. I think I'm calling off with my overpair here. That 7's a little wet. 4-5, 9-10. 5-9 got there, but I don't think I can go anywhere. I mean, I'm still ahead of any of the hands that paired the flop. I'm still ahead of ace-x hands that bluff. I'm not ahead of the straight draws that got there, but I still think I have to call off here. Wow, and he's just he got good value for those queens there on that board, considering. Yeah, shove it. Shove it, Evisceration. That sounds like the plan. That sounds like the move to make. Yeah, it was. I had like 10 big blinds. It was 600, 1200, and I had just over 12,000 chips. So I had 10 big blinds. I mean, I could have still folded, and there was still one very small stack in the tournament. So I could have folded and probably cashed the tournament from there. But I just think if I'm giving up those sorts of spots, even on the bubble, blind on blind, king queen. I mean, I think I just have to bite the bullet. And when I bust in those spots, I'm just like, yeah, that's the way poker goes sometimes. I think. Yeah, I was starting to get a little frustrated with the nanos as well, Shopper. I've now set myself a new mission to win a trophy from every one of the nano tournaments. So I've got a few more to go yet, but I'm up to 4 now. I'm not sure which mission I want to hit first, though. The winning one of the tournaments twice, or collecting the whole set. It's funny though, and I mean, it doesn't really, and I guess maybe I'm different from other poker players or whatever. It doesn't matter what level I'm playing at. It matters to me that I put that money down on a poker table, and I don't want to lose my buy-in. So even when I'm playing 5-cent Milky Way Nano tournaments, I don't treat that as, oh, it's just a nickel, so, what the hell do we care? I treat that as a poker tournament where I have the chance to win 30x, 40x my buy-in back, and it's a challenge of skill. It does the level of what I'm winning doesn't actually matter that much to me. What matters to me is the skill of the game, and eventually, obviously, I hope to move up so that I'm playing for bigger and bigger stakes, and I think I have done that. But at the end of the day, no matter how big of a bankroll I have, when I throw 5 cents into a tournament, it's in my DNA to play that like a poker tournament and not just throw my chips around willy-nilly. So yeah, I'm just that way. That's just the way I'm wired. I'm very much a competitor that way, and no matter what level I'm playing at, it matters to me that I'm playing as well as I can, and I'm playing the way I should, if that makes sense. Evening, Ant-Man. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, the payouts do seem a little flat at the bottom end lately with the 17%. I initially thought it was a good idea because I liked the idea of having a few more paid spots coming out. But I've actually noticed quite a few tournaments now where you don't even make your buy-in back anymore for min cash, and that's a little frustrating. Um, so yeah. So we lost a few chips in the falling star there with that jacks against queens hand. That was pretty gross, but that's just poker. That's the way it's going to go sometimes. You're going to be in against bigger hands, and you just have to deal with that. The dark matter. We're in trouble in the dark matter. We've got very few chips down there. We've been basically card dead for a ton of time. We are 10 away from the money, but we are 17th of 19, so we are not in very good shape. Yeah, I'm looking for the whole set. It'll look nice on my virtual trophy case. Yeah, of course Ace 3-1. I mean, why wouldn't Ace 3-1? I'm surprised King Deuce didn't win, to be honest. Didn't win, to be honest. That seems more apropos with the nano flow of things. Hey, you got it working, Piano Cat. Awesome. You're not supposed to be here. Why are you not supposed to be here? Why are you not supposed to be here, Piano Cat? You're always supposed to be here. You're always welcome here. I must have missed something in chat earlier. Say what? I must have missed it. I must have missed something. Yeah, I think you're right. I think people just think, well, it's just a nickel, so I don't care, and I'm not going to play this properly. But it's not in my DNA to be able to do that. If I get into a game, I'm going to play that game to the best of my ability, no matter what it is and no matter what the level of the game is. I don't think I'm a bad loser or a bad winner. I'm just very competitive. And in fact, I mean, I'm not. Like when I used to play tennis, I used to play tennis quite a bit. And again, I was fairly competitive in tennis, although I was never very good at it. I was competitive at the level I was at. And, if I played against somebody who was at a similar level than me, we would have quite a competitive match. But I never minded losing a tennis match against somebody who played a better game than me if I played a good game. Right? If I played to the best of my ability, I hit shots that I was trying to hit, I'm happy with my game. Whether I win or lose, I'm happy with my game at that point. If I have to be playing against an opponent who's doing that better than me, that's the way it goes on that day, and that's life. Whether or not I'm happy with my game depends on how I play, not on whether I win or lose the game. It's a little bit trickier to do that in poker because of the money involved, and because of the luck factor involved. The thing with tennis is, look, I can always look back on a tennis match and I go, right, you tried to hit that corner shot, it didn't work. You tried to go down the line here and you missed wide. You weren't hitting your baselines properly, so you're of course you lost. You weren't playing properly. The problem with there's rarely a case in tennis or golf or games like that where variance makes you lose, where you do everything possible right and you still lose the game. In games like tennis or golf, if you do everything right, you're going to play the best game you could possibly play and therefore probably win unless you're simply playing against a better opponent. In poker, you can play the best game you can play. You can be playing against a far inferior opponent, and you can still lose. That's just the way, and you just have to be able to deal with that. That's a lot harder to deal with, I find, than it ever was when I was playing pure games of skill. And I mean, I also think of Evisceration, you're talking about jamming 3-9 offsuit preflop. No, you're not necessarily a terrible poker player. That's a situational thing. I'll jam 3-9 offsuit on the button pre-flop. When it folds to me, I've got a big stack and I'm putting pressure on a small stack on the big blind. I'll happily shove that hand because I know they're not going to be able to call me very often, right? So yeah, no, it's totally situational, dependent. There are very few hard and fast rules in poker. One of them might be that there are very few situations where shoving 80 big blinds is ever going to be a plus EV move. I think that might be one of the hard and fast rules that there is in poker. At least open shoving 80 big blinds is probably never going to be a plus EV move. But most things are situationally dependent. And hands like never shove 9-3. Well, no, that's not actually true. There are actually spots where shoving 9-3 makes perfect sense. There are spots where shoving with any two cards makes perfect sense. So we're done in the dark matter. We didn't have very many chips left. We shoved a pair and lost out, so we are done in the dark matter. Just down to 2 tables now. Let's go over to the Unibet client and reg in. Let's get the Dwarf Star running for sure. I wonder if we want to late reg into the. Black hole. So that's us in the Dwarf Star. Do we want to late reg in the black hole? Black hole is level 4. No, you know what? I think I'm going to do the Titan. I'm going to do the Titan Nano today. Drop down to the 10 cent. We haven't played that one in a while. And plan to fire that one pretty liberally, I think, today. See if we can't build up a stack. Might end up busting out a few times, but see what happens. We shall see what happens. So yeah, so we're in the Dwarf Star, and we're going to reg the Titan Nano as well. Cool. Let's go put those in our spreadsheet. Five Nano Dwarf Star, 0.1 Nano Titan. I haven't played that one in a while. I am shoving in the Falling Star. I think this is the right move. Over and open from the big stack there. And I've got 22 big blinds. Nice, we hit our sat. Nice. Nice, we get a double up. So we're back in good shape in the Falling Star again. $16 of 40 with 35 places getting paid. Fold the Jack 4. I flop top pair, and I'm getting called down on the Comet table here. I think getting raised. I mean, how often does he not have a 3 here, I guess, is the question. Probably very, very, very infrequently does he not have a 3 here. So, guess I'll get rid of my hand. Guess I'll get rid of top pair there. Yeah, ace 3, yep. Yeah, I don't have that skill yet. I don't have that skill yet, Night Shopper. Yeah, that might be, with ace-ace, might be plus EV Ant-Man. Very marginally so, though, because you're losing a crap load of potential value when everybody just folds to your shove. So, yeah, I mean, technically you are positive expected value, but you're negative expected for your expected value, if that makes sense, because you're way down from what you should be able to expect when you have aces in a tournament like that. So we are now on the hard bubble of the Falling Star bounty. I've already pulled back my buy-in and bounties plus a little bit. So the prize pool is just gravy. But it'd be cool to win this one. I've come second in this Falling Star once before. I've never been able to win it. Been final table a few times, but I still have not been able to win this one yet. I haven't won anything outside the nano bracket yet. So it'd be nice to actually pull down something that was didn't have the name nano, didn't have the word nano in its title. Oh wow, I got the same hand. Well, not exactly the same hand. I got the reverse hand on 2 tables at the moment. So we got 9 diamond deuce club. We got deuce club 9 diamond. Let's keep an eye on the Michael Bublé over here on the Falling Star. Oh, it would have been gross if I'd gotten in with my 9 deuce there. Hand for hand has ended. We are in the moolah. Guaranteed 90 cents now. I will essentially double my money from this. Hey, that's a discussion I was going to have with you people. Let me know. So when I calculate my ROI values, I consider that to be a return on the investment that I make. So if I'm spending $100 on an investment, I need to make that $100 back before I have any. That $100 is my investment. So when I get $100 back, that's 100% return on investment. I don't actually go above that, and I know that that's actually not the way other people do. But when you look at my graphs, if that's why it seems like my numbers are higher than they are before, it's because I actually use the amount won versus the amount spent instead of the amount profit versus the amount spent. Which essentially means all of my ROI values are 100% higher than what I think traditionally people think of them as. So when you see that I've got 100% ROI, that just means I broke even in my world. I need 200% to have doubled my money. And if I have a 50% ROI, it doesn't mean I've made money. It means I've lost half my bankroll. We got stuff happening over in the Comet. Yes, and that's definitely plus plus EV and yeah, I'm not actually fond of the Space Madness, mostly because the prize pool percentage of prize pool is so crappy on that one. I like the bounty events, but I like there to be something in the prize pool to win as well. I don't like it to all be in the bounty pool. So I like the 50-50 split, frankly. That's sort of my favorite breakdown for bounties. The 50-50 PKO. We have the Dwarf Star will be kicking off here in a couple short minutes. Had two big hands here in the Comet Nano back-to-back. We had aces and now jacks. Yeah, you barely even make your buy-in back. Most times that I've played the Space Madness bounty and look at the payouts, you don't even make your buy-in back unless you get like third for prize pool wise. We still got quite a bit of work to do. We still got 40 big blinds in the Comet, so it's not like we're in desperate shape or anything. But we aren't in a scoring position at the moment. 15. Oh, sorry, 11 places getting paid? Yeah, 11 places getting paid. We're sitting 24th, so. I think the Comet still got late reg open, probably. Yeah, registration still open for another 27 minutes in the Comet Nano, so still time to get in there. Thank you, Jim Ladd. Much appreciate it. We're doing our best. At the moment, I've mostly been focusing on bankroll growth rather than the qualifiers. But I need to start playing more qualifiers to try to get myself into London, frankly. I should buy Dara's book before I start playing more qualifiers is what I should do. I was doing really well in the qualifiers initially, and then the last little while I've just been doing crappy in them. Dwarf Star just popped up. Let's adjust get that into our titles properly, and adjust our now playing list. And we're out of the dark matter as well. but that's going to be the Titan coming up here in a minute. So where's Titan? There's the Titan. Alrighty. And just like that, we're at 1530, and somebody shoves 7,996 chips under the gun plus one in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Gotta love it. We had Ace Jack could be folded. Let's get this into the mix. We got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano rolling now. This dike up here at the top is the one that open shoved 8,000 chips. Alrighty, so we got a break coming up again soon as well. Yeah, David helpfully explained that to me in a Twitter DM this morning. So I might have to change it around. It's honestly not the way I've ever thought of it, because I've always thought of it as having to make my own investment back. It's the way that everybody else does it is what I call return over investment. I don't know. Return on investment is if I put $100 in an investment and I lose it all, that's a 0% return on investment. It's not a minus 100% return on investment. It's a 0% return on investment. I think, anyways. But that's, again, if it clearly, I think after the conversation with David and after the conversation with you guys, clearly other people in the world don't think about this the same way I do. And if I'm the only one that thinks about it this way, then I'm wrong. So I will adjust my numbers to match what everybody else thinks. No worries, Piano Cat. Yeah, I think that's that's very much a possibility, Ant-Man. I don't necessarily think I'm adjusting properly between satellites and MTTs. And you're right, when I was doing well on satellites, it was back when I was super nitty in the MTTs. More nitty than I should be. So that actually could very well be it. did play a €1 Singularity earlier that I busted out of as well, so I've got a fair chunk of buy-in going today already. I would be close to breaking even with the Falling Star if I hadn't jumped into that Singularity earlier today, but I like the Singularity still. When I ran my stats, though, I'm certainly not doing well in them. I'm down. It's one of the tournament types that I'm losing money in. Not very many of them. Most of the tournaments I'm making money in, but the Singularities I'm definitely losing. And because they're bigger buy-in tournaments, it means that it's a reasonably significant chunk of my bankroll as well. Whereas, if I'm a losing player in a 5-cent nano, it's not that big of a deal overall. If I'm a losing player in €1 and €2 Singularities, it's a much bigger deal. Cool. If you're in the dwarf, welcome, Pinky. You aren't the one that's you aren't Dikey that's open shoving the 8,000 chips there in the first hand, were you? Well, I don't know. I guess from my perspective, and I do see how people look at it that way. I guess from my perspective, and especially in a poker sense, I've already committed to losing that $100. So I've spent the $100. Whether I get it back or not is when I'm looking at my return on investment, I guess, is the way that I look at it. But I do understand, and I am going to switch it around. So it's going to after today, I think the numbers will look more close to what other people expect them to be. Yeah, I mean, I guess the way that I've always looked at it is like, let's say I decide that there's 100 euros on my bankroll on Unibet. I look at that in the same way as me going out to dinner and a movie and spending 100 euros on entertainment. I've spent that money. That money is gone. Whether I make money back with it or not is the question. Now, it's a slightly different situation in poker, obviously, because the money isn't gone. It's sitting there in my bankroll. But, I mean, I fully expect to be firing that bankroll off, and it's essentially there because I can lose that much money, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I do get it, and I am going to change it around, so I'm actually not arguing with you, and I'm actually going to stop even arguing the point at all, because it doesn't make any sense anymore for me to do so. So, and I don't really think I want to. I think you guys are right, and I'm probably wrong about this. So, yeah, cool. Alrighty, we're heading off to a break, so we'll be back after these short messages.
21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. Make your pleasure true, pleasure long, pleasure filter free. Chesterfield, get the king. Chesterfield, king's the thing. If you smoke for pleasure, get 20 wonderful smokes. Don't just smoke from habit, get 20 wonderful smokes. Chesterfield, get the king. Chesterfield, king's the thing. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. They're blended mild, not filtered mild, your pleasure's filter free. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes.
Chesterfield, they satisfy.
There we are. Hi. Going to a wedding. Got my present all picked out. Movies. Home movies by Kodak. Couldn't give a nicer gift, if I do say so myself. Because a Kodak movie camera says, take me with you, always. Now my favorite couple can start a family movie record right at the very beginning. A Brownie movie camera is remarkably easy to use, even when you're in love. And the movies they make, they'll treasure for years to come. Home movies by Kodak are easy to give, too. Your Kodak dealer has a complete line of Brownie movie cameras, starting at only $29.95. Or you can choose the distinctive Kodak movie gift kit, as I did. This special camera has the fastest lens ever made for a Brownie, and a handsome golden ivory color finish. It comes with 2 rolls of Kodachrome movie film, so it's ideal for any gift occasion. And the cost? Only $44.95. So for your next gift, choose the one that says, take me with you, always.
I'm a homemaker. To reach my house, you go through this gate, which needs to be fixed. And here we are. And here's my husband, John. He used to just mope around, big Chief Thundercloud. Well, this cranky sort of behavior often spells irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. So I got him to try Post 40% bran flakes. They're a very gentle, natural way to enjoy the keep regular benefits of bran day after day after day. And they're absolutely delicious. John tried Post 40% bran flakes and liked them. And little by little, he began to feel more like his old self again. Now, I don't say Post bran flakes have made him turn handsprings. He's no spring chicken after all. But he does feel better. Well, just look at him now. Seriously, Post 40% bran flakes are just the thing to help your family feel fit. The tastiest way ever to get that healthy outlook.
Save costly home repairs. Fix them yourself. With plastic wood. Handles like putty. Hardens into wood. Fills cracks and holes. Rotted posts. Flaws in plywood. Furniture repairs. Loose screws. Even tree surgery. Plastic wood handles like putty. Hardens into wood. Save money. Fix repairs yourself with plastic wood.
Stop that squeak with famous 3-in-1 oil. 3-in-1 is best to stop squeaks, lubricate, prevent rust. 1,001 uses. squeaky hinges, garage door runners, sewing machines, tools, clippers, reels, bicycles, lawnmowers. There's 3-in-1 regular and new push-button spray for hard-to-reach places. Stop squeaks, lubricate, prevent rust. With famous 3-in-1 oil.
Alrighty, we are back. But the Titan table just popped up as well. I've been a little lazy, so I haven't actually got that configured yet, but it will be shortly. There's the Titan. There's the Titan Nano. I was going to go over, there we go, to the Falling Star, where I am set mining with my 3s. I do not hit the set. Probably no good there. Ah! I should have seen one street, I guess. Guess I should have seen one street there, eh? Oh well. We turned the set instead of flopping it. We were gone from the hand by then. That sucks. Should I call that flop there with 3s? Seems to me that I'm behind there most of the time. And I don't have that much. The 3 doesn't come on the turn very often. I don't really think continuing your mining operation into the turn is usually a good idea. But let me know. All right, Abyss Russian, good luck, buddy. Take down some monies. Take down some of them monies. We have 4 tables going at the moment. We got the Comet Nano, the Falling Star Bounty still, where we're in the money, guaranteed 102 now. We also have the Dwarf Star Bounty that just got underway. Haven't really had much happen there for us yet. And we've got the Titan Nano that literally just got underway. We're playing like 3 hands in that. It just started at the top of this past hour. See Jim Lad, thanks for popping by. Hope to see you again, dude. Thanks for the sub. Or thanks for the follow, I mean. We're glad to have you around. Head back to the main scene again. I guess we're not going to get to see a flop with our suited ace. Huh. We would have. Yeah, we're just folding the hands that are going to hit here. I don't actually think we should be calling them in the spots that we're in, but it's gross when they then go ahead and get there. I'm about to throw in a 3-barrel bluff here on the Titan table. We get the raise. I mean, I actually think ace high is good here. Sometimes. Nice river for him. He might actually fold that if he doesn't hit the 4 in the river. In the raise with our jacks. Sounding kind of familiar. Jacks on 2 hands, actually, or jacks on 2 tables, actually. We got the jacks on the Comet Nano as well. And just an absolutely atrocious flop for our hand. The Titan. But we do have outs for a 10. That said, it's probably not. I mean, I've only got 4 outs, I think, at this. Well, maybe I've got 6 outs if I include jacks, but the jack is potentially quite dirty with tens in other people's hands. So I guess we fold. I guess we fold. Oh, fuck. We're not even gonna see what they're fucking betting on either. That is so gross. That is so gross. They're just fucking bluffing because they're in every pot. That's the problem. They're fucking limping every pot. So that's the other one that I want to see if a solver can work out for me. Is there's a bunch of people in these nanos that literally limp 100% of hands. And I mean, what the hell is that supposed to be, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe the Nanos is someplace that people go, that higher stakes players go to try out weird strategies like, what's my return? What happens if I limp every hand? What happens if I open shove every hand? What happened? You know, maybe that's the place they go for like a test bed, for like a real live test bed, because it doesn't cost them much money. And you can run, some simulations for 50 euros or whatever, and so get some real world simulation data out of it if you want. So maybe that's what's going on in some of these cases. Kappa Delta, good luck there, buddy. Good luck. I guess with just backdoors, we don't continue there, but. So we'll add it up to 116 now guaranteed in the falling star, 12 of 20. Got something happening here in the falling star, or in the comet nano potentially. We flopped the flush draw. I think we're gonna try to keep the pot small here. Might be worth a check raise at this point. Yeah, probably was a check raise spot. Yeah, I probably don't get him off that hand, but I do think there are other hands I might have got him off of with a check raise on the turn, but I'm in the dwarf star as well, Visceration. Unless, of course, you mean the real dwarf star. I'm playing the dwarf star nano, of course, at this point. This Sunday may be the day that I play my 25 euro ticket, though, in the Ice Giant bounty. We will see. I should probably play it on stream, but I don't actually like to stream on Sundays and cut into Ian's stream time. Not so much because I don't want to take away his viewers, but because I actually don't think I would take away his viewers, and I think nobody would watch me because everybody would be over. Anybody who would be watching me would be over watching Ian instead of watching me. So, you know, and I don't blame him one little bit for that, because I'd be over watching me instead of watching Ian. It's one of the reasons I don't stream when Ian streams. Is not necessarily because I don't want to conflict with him. Well, it's because I don't want to conflict with him, and not for any intrinsic reason for my stream, but because I like to watch it. I like to watch him play poker. So I like to, I like to be there, and I can't really watch him play poker while I'm streaming my own games. That's a little tricky. Now 13 of 19 in the Falling Star bounty, guaranteed at 116 in prize money, plus our existing 1 and change in bounties already. If it was a Unibet Open, I'd play it, Piano Cat. But the UK Tour ones, I just don't think are super good value for me to play. Don't really think I could justify a plane flight over to the UK just to play a UK Tour event. I'd like to. I can justify it for a Unibet Open, I think, but I'm not sure I can justify it for. I'm talking $700 or $800 to get over there by plane, round trip, sort of as a bare minimum price. So it's tricky. Cool. Well, hopefully, Getamonas was your saving entry, because yeah, if it's Unibet Open, I'll play it, but I'm not playing many of the UK Tour ones at the moment. I might play DSOs as well. The DSOs seem, although that might be the same deal, and frankly even more expensive to fly to, so I might have to look at the buy-ins and what you can win and stuff from that. But nice, glad it's running for you there, Piano Cat. Very glad it's running for you. Ooh, I should be wearing my Hustler Honey swag. I should be wearing my Hustler Honey swag. Alrighty, we got Knockout over there. And we got Raid. Hustler Honey swag. We got Raid. We got Knockout. So next bust out is a pay jump for us on the Falling Star. So we got ICM issues going here. That will put us up to 133 when the next person goes out. Need to find some help in the Comet Nano, and we've had some unfortunate luck in the Titan as well. Had to get out of a couple of hands after putting a bunch of chips in, raising big hands, and the boards just did not look good for them. So we got out of the way, which I might do too often, but then sometimes I think I don't do it often enough. So This might turn into a rather fortuitous situation. I think we're going to put in a bet now. We were calling any bet on the flop. Wonder if I should top up for another 10K or not. Yeah, we'll wait and see how this stack plays out. We'll wait and see how this stack plays out first. Enjoy the home game in that one, guys. Have fun. Hopefully you can all get tickets, or at least a significant number of you. I'm guessing there's more than one available. That's why it's fun to play satellites with your friends, because in theory, you can all go home happy. If you play regular poker tournaments with your friends, generally speaking, someone goes home happier than other people, and, you know, not everyone goes home happy. And, I mean, that's obviously, not everyone goes home happy in satellites either, but everybody's going to be equally happy usually in qualifiers and satellites, so there's no inequality of happiness. How? Maybe that's the way we should put it. So we're still sitting with 16 remaining in the falling star. One more player to bust before we level up. So next player to bust gets 116, then we level up to 133. Which is not a significant jump. I mean, it's only like a quarter of a buy-in, so it's not like a significant. But every penny counts. Every penny counts. Glad to hear your Omaha is going well for you, Visrasian. I've tried Omaha on here a few times, and I generally get my ass handed to me when I do, whether it's tournaments or cash. So it's not hugely surprising. I haven't played a ton of Omaha in my career, and what Omaha I have played has mostly been Omaha 8, not regular Omaha. So the high-low split game variant, which is completely different range of starting hands, completely different philosophy in playing, and so it's not a lot of transferable skills, frankly, between the two. About the only similarities between the game is that you need to use 2 cards from your hand and 3 on the board, and high hands will sometimes will take part of the pots. Might be a loose call on the Dwarf Star. But I think I'm going to make it. Wow, he just had the queen. He just has the queen. So we just put in a raise on the Titan Nano table with Ace, Queen of Spades. We're going to put in a C-bet here, I think. And we get insta-folds. Just have the straight here. Sorry, I'm talking about a hand that's not on the screen at the moment. So I think we just put in a raise here with our trips on the river. We get Ace Jack coming right back at us, so I think we're going to reshove this when it gets around to us. We are down to 15 in the falling stars, so we've leveled up to 133 now. And I am busted from the Comet Nano. I did not see what happened. I should have opened up a replay window before I did that, because I did not see what happened there. I was playing a hand on the falling star. Alrighty, well, we are busted from the Comet then. That's the way it goes. I think with 12 big blinds there, that's a spot to 3-bet shove ace-jack suited. So I'm not terribly unhappy with that spot. I don't think. So deep impact, we bubbled. Comet, we busted. Falling star, we're still playing in. Dark matter, we busted. Put in a raise with my suited ace here, I think. Folded queen 3 on the dwarf star bounty. Flop comes queen queen jack. I fold 7-9 on the Titan Nano. Flop comes 7-10-7, turn 7. River 10. So full house on the board. I have quads. I'm obviously not. I'm folding the hands I'm supposed to play, and I am playing the hands I'm supposed to fold. Clearly. And we ran out queen-queen here on this board, too. We would have flopped a flush draw and then gone queen-queen if we'd have played our queen-4 here. So we're clearly making the wrong decisions as to what hands we're gonna play or fold here. But it'll be interesting to see. I have noticed that on some of the other sites that I'd never actually seen that before. And at the moment, Unibet's the only place I'm playing at the moment, so I actually honestly don't have much experience in the current software. Elsewhere, I haven't played on PokerStars in probably 3 months now. I haven't played on Party Poker in 3 or 4 years, I think. And I haven't played on 888 in at least a couple of months as well. So those are the only ones that I'm currently playing on. I am on GG a little bit, but I haven't actually played anything there yet. I have an account, but I haven't actually played anything. But yeah, so Unibet's the only one I'm playing. But I have noticed when I'm watching other streamers or when I'm cutting clips for some of the social media stuff I do, I'm noticing people with big blinds being listed instead of... Confused me at first because I'm looking at these tournaments and it's like 38.2 versus 24.1, and I'm like, what the hell kind of stacks are these? What the hell are we? And it took me a couple of seconds to realize that it was in big blinds because it didn't even say anything. It was just numbers. It was just like 38.2 versus 24.1, and I'm like, How is 24.1 a stack on an online poker table? You know, it's not even a cash stack of 2410 because it would be 2410, not 24.1, right? So it just looked really weird until I figured it out. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? The Comet's one of those tournaments where you're going to bust fairly frequently. I'm still running a pretty significant profit in that tournament, so I'm okay with that for now. I wish I'd actually seen what the hand was, or I wish in Unibet you could go back and look at that. I wonder if the hand replayer is working yet. I'm almost certain it's not, but let's see. Yeah, nothing listed under tournaments. Yeah, I don't know why this hand replayer never works, but or why the hand history doesn't work, but it's kind of frustrating. It's kind of annoying. It'd be nice to know how I busted the Comet, but if any of you guys saw how I busted the Comet, that'd be cool. So I think it was on the screen when I busted, but oh, gross evisceration. Avenge me, Pinky. And congratulations on the ITM, Addy. Good job, buddy. Very good job to everybody. Congratulations. Hoping I can pull down some cash in one of these remaining tournaments. Anyways. Lost another player in the Falling Star, down to 13 now. Maybe 12. Yeah, down to 12 now. We are 10th. We're going to put in a raise with our pair of fives. Probably fold action from Steve. We probably call action from Hassan, I think, or reshove action from Hassan even. I think we call off his shoves most of the time. The question is this most of the time? I think we probably do. I think it's he's going to have, I don't think he has bigger pairs very often here, so, oh, except this time. Except this time he's got bigger pairs. Pair ace is a nice spot here. I guess we just shove it all since we don't have very much. Probably get called off pretty light, which is nice in this spot. We don't mind getting a triple up. And we hold. Looking a little dicey there for a second, but we hold. not quite 10 big blinds now. So we still got work to do here, but I assume you guys are talking about the real dark matter, not the nano version. Or you're not talking about the nano version, are you? You're talking about the real one. I'm still thinking I might play the real one of these days. It's not a huge stretch outside my bankroll if I consider it a super high roller type tournament. So I might play the odd one of those real. It's probably the first big one that I'll buy into, if I buy into one, because it's a freeze out, because I mean, it's not as deep structure as the Comet, obviously, but it's still a pretty deep structure. So I think I think that might be the one. If I have a €10 ticket, I'll definitely consider spending it on the dark matter, and I might even just drop €10 on it one of these days. Take it down, Administration. Go for the win. I'm going to be putting my money in the middle on the Dwarf Star Bounty, I believe. The question is, am I just open shoving for 19 big blinds, or am I trying to raise? I think I'm trying to raise call off is what I'm going to do. I would have preferred to have seen aggressive action from there, but I'm not terribly unhappy with the pot bet here. Well, 3/4 pot. And I think we're just in or out. If he's got the queen, he's got the queen. Pretty aggressive from an 8-5 there, I gotta say. Pretty bizarre little play there from the ace-5, I think. I am open shoving ace-10 under the gun in the falling star for 7 odd big blinds. And we're getting calls. Getting calls and reshoves, so we may not be in great shape. Come on, queen. Ace-10, ace-10, ace-10. Yeah, ace-king got it. King-queen got it. Yeah, we're done. Alrighty, so we're done in the falling star bounty for 133. Plus our 110 in bounties brings us to 244 on that. Let's go add that to our bankroll tracker. Plus 1.33. It's 243 there. So just the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano and the Titan Nano left playing now. Of course he does. Of course he does, Addy. Crazy. So the two games left are the Dwarf Star Bounty here, where we're 48 of 52. Haven't taken any bounties yet. And then there's also the Titan Nano, where we're still just one bullet deep. And lost some chips, but are chipping back up again slowly. Nice one, Night Chopper. We're in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano together then. Oh, no, you're in the Dwarf Star Bounty, not the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Gotcha. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm yawning at you guys like Lanny was. All right, Evisceration. See you in the Titan at some point. That's where I am. Maybe I'll jump in the Galaxy. But we could still jump in the black hole, although that's pretty. What do we got? We get 10,000 chips to start, and our current level is 300, 600. Yeah, it's pretty shallow to start now. So I don't think I'll do the black hole. And alrighty, so I just jumped into the Sputnik. I just jumped into the Sputnik Nano as well. So let's add that to our buy-in list. I haven't played the Sputnik in ages. All right off the bat in the Sputnik, we get dealt 10s. Limp in front of us, so we put in a 4x raise. I'm describing this to you because I haven't even had time to get the table up on my screen yet. Flop comes 8, 5, 7, 2 hearts, 1 club, and we are putting in the C-bet. Turn pairs the 5. We had 2 callers on our flop C-bet, so I think we're still going to continue on the turn for the rest of our stack. This is the wrong title, but you can at least... Oh, I took the pot, so we're done on that one. Let me get my title set up properly there. So... Sputnik Nano. .10 buy-in. 1x bullets. Here we go. Alrighty, I think I'm back up to date again with all my titles and things. Yeah, I decided not to play the Galaxy F. €2 as in a rebuy add-on tournament is just a bit chunky for my bankroll right now, I think, because I'm gonna potentially get up to €6 or €8 in that, which starts to be, 7, 8, 10% of my bankroll, which is maybe 5% of my bankroll, but still, it's a pretty chunky, run, I think. So, alrighty, we have got a break coming up. Get you set for ads once I get out of these hands. However, we did pick up a fairly nice looking hand on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. It's potentially a good hand anyways. We got out of it, but because they folded to us, and it turned out that we got out of it correctly, but I don't know. Alrighty, we're off to the break, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
Since hot dogs were born, when this little girl's grandma first went to the circus, French's Mustard has paddled more dogs than any other mustard going. It's a spicy national habit for paddling dogs or sparking the most tempting, tantalizing meal on a bun, from ham on rye to sky-high club. The 7 lively spices in French's Mustard are the best thing that's happened since the Earl of Sandwich. French's Spice Center USA, where exotic spices also blend in French's barbecue sauce. Boy, summer eating's great as all outdoors with French's barbecue sauce. The sauce with more sass. French's sassier spices blended with red ripe tomatoes for just the right bite. Chicken never tasted like this before. Like a little more French's? Tastes great right from the bottle, too. French's barbecue sauce.
It's as trim as a briefcase and as easy to carry as a portable radio. The perfect way to show and enjoy the color slides you took last summer. It's the new Kodak 300 color slide projector. Not only is it the smartest looking projector you can buy, but the Kodak 300 is a pleasure to use. With easy to reach controls right here on top. And a new Ready-Matic changer, the smoothest and simplest ever designed. Its wide-angle lens shows your slides big and bright in full color in any room, large or small. The new Kodak 300 projector in your choice of 2 color combinations costs just $64.50 or as little as $6.50 down. It's also available with an automatic magazine-type changer. And because it's made by Kodak, you know it's good.
If you want to know what smokers think about the different cigarettes, I have here the latest impartial figures published in 1954 in Printer's Ink by Harry M. Wooten, leading tobacco analyst. Camel is America's first choice by a wider margin than the previous year. Camels are 50 and 0.8% ahead of the second-place brand, the biggest lead in cigarette history. This popularity lead makes clear that for mildness, for flavor, Camels agree with more people than any other cigarette. Now, there's a reason for such a vote of confidence. The more carefully people select cigarettes, and they do select them carefully, the more surely Camels win. People know you can count on Camel's costly tobaccos for more pure pleasure. I suggest you smoke Camels for 30 days and see for yourself what the facts show. For mildness, for flavor, Camels agree with more people than any other cigarette.
Now, let's look in on David and Ricky as they enjoy a good time all over again, as big as life, and in brilliant, lifelike color. How do they do it? Well, let's watch and see. The secret lies in color slides. The color slides they take with their new Kodak Pony camera. The Pony is easy to use, precise, and uncomplicated. There's only one exposure setting, and this built-in guide shows you just how to make it. Then you turn this dial to close-ups, groups, or scenes, and shoot. The Pony camera makes you feel like an expert, even if you've never taken color slides before. The result? Big-as-life pictures in glorious color. Ask your Kodak dealer to show you the color slide camera David and Ricky use. The Kodak Pony camera, only $26.75, or as little as $3 down.
The taste is great in the filter tip Tarryton. All the pleasure comes through in the filter tip Tarryton. Smokes milder, smokes smoother, draws easier. Yes, the taste is great in the filter tip Tarryton.
Your hit parade is...
Alrighty, we are back. I'm a little bit late on this one today because I don't know, had a bit of a short break. It seemed like had to go do a few things. It's not quite 4:20 here in Canada yet, but it's close enough, I think. Just busted out the Sputnik for my. Oh no, I didn't bust. I lost the hand, but I had them out chipped. So. Nice. Glad you sorted it out there, Piano Cat. Yeah, I'm thinking 100 to 150 is the way to go. Right now, I've got about 75 buy-ins at the €2 level. So I think €2 singularities, I think, are a perfectly reasonable thing for me to play from time to time. €2 buy-in or €2 rebuy add-on tournaments are just a bit out of my just a bit out of my range. I think I'd rather spend €10 on the dark matter, the full-size dark matter, rather than spending iterations of €2 into a rebuy add-on, I think. Yeah, it is kind of one of the reasons I like to highlight the cigarette ads as much as I do, and I usually try to only put one cigarette ad per ad break, if any at all. But I really like to look at the past and how we have basically marketed poison to people. And I mean, I was an ex-smoker. I'm an ex-smoker, so it's not like there's any sort of holier than thou attitude for it here. But I just find it fascinating that it was so the marketing of it was just so in your face at the time, and it's really before my time as well. So it's one of the reasons I'm fascinated by it was because I missed it all. By the time I started watching TV, none of the by the time I started watching TV, nobody ran those cigarette ads on TV anymore, at least not in Canada. So it's a look at a past that I never got to experience as well. So that's another reason I run them. Oddly enough, they do not cause me to have. There's other things in the world that cause me to have cravings for cigarettes. Not watching old cigarette ads. They just make me laugh. We just calling off our stack in the Titan, and so is everybody else apparently on the table. So I don't know. We may not be in very good shape with our top kicker here, but it's a Titan, so we could actually be dominating everybody still at this point. Nice. We hold with top pair. And a nice little stack going in the Titan Nano now without having to fire more than one bullet so far. One of the things I notice when I'm over in the UK, roll your own cigarettes are way more common over there. Basically, almost no one rolls their own tobacco over here. It's like 20 or 30% of the people who smoke in the UK have the packet of tobacco and rolling papers, and they're rolling up their cigarettes. So it's a really interesting thing. It's almost all tailor-made. If you smoke over here, you're going to smoke tailor-mades almost always. And Piano Cat, it took me, I swear to God, it took me 10 seconds to figure out what you're trying to say on the line where you say don't like Golden Virginia, because I kept glancing over at my chat window and I kept reading that word Virginia as a similar sounding but very different meaning word, and I was like, I'm sure that's not what Piano Cat means. That can't be what. Oh, okay, no. I'm reading it right now, so it's not what she means. But I was like, that can't be right. I can't be seeing that right. The cigarette ads are also so very Don Draperish as well. I don't know if you guys were fans of Mad Men or not, but I found that show just utterly enthralling. Not just in terms of the storylines, but just the sets and the acting and everything. I just found it to be one of the better series, television series of modern times, I think. And that's another reason why I run these ads, is they're very Don Draper-ish, if that makes sense. No tobacco for me anymore. I do the nicotine, 6 milligram nicotine vape for the time being. So I do still get my nicotine, but it's not in tobacco form. I cannot, however, say that I have stopped smoking, because I have not stopped smoking entirely. It is, however, not tobacco. Alrighty, we're all in the Dwarf Star with ace, a queen, and 10 big blinds. So, against fours. And we get there on the river. Nice. So we double up in the Dwarf Star bounty. We're still alive. Got a very small stack there. We now have somewhat more chips. We're still a pretty small stack, but we've got a lifeline now at least. 23, 24 big blinds now. And I went up to the pub for dinner last night. Had a charcuterie board, meat, cheese. Saw Addie liked my tweet there. My tweet was basically meat, cheese, chips, and beer are the 4 food groups. Very nice little brew pub we have here in town, Medicine Hat Brewery. It's actually who my hoodie is advertising as well. Medicine Hat Brewing Co. They do some really nice dark ales. They've got a brown ale that's astonishingly good, and they've got a stout and a porter that are both very good. And then they put out a Russian porter that was 11.3% alcohol. Holy shit, did that ever blow your head off, ladies and gentlemen. It's tasty as hell. But you have like half of one of those, and you're fucking wasted as hell. It was a serious can of beer, I gotta tell you. Weed is the way to go. I've tried vaping the weed, and I haven't found a good dry herb vape that I like, that works great for me, and I just don't like the taste of oil. So it's a little bit tricky for me to find a way to vape my weed at the moment. I often wonder what Twitch thinks about people smoking weed. Yeah, we busted out of the Sputnik once again. And we decided not to buy back in because we timed out. So we're out of the Sputnik. Out of the Sputnik now. No, that was short and sweet. Well, short and not so sweet. Yeah, that's basically what I did. I smoked for 30 years. I quit a year and a bit ago now. I've been vaping since. I'm not silly enough to think that vaping is in fact good for me. However, I'm 100% convinced that vaping is far better for me than smoking was. So I'm happy to have made the switch. I don't think it's actually healthy. I don't think I'm probably still doing some unhealthy things to my body by vaping instead, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was what I was doing to my body when I was smoking cigarettes. So it's the way I see it. And I've also not seen, although there's not as much research into it, so it's hard to say for sure, but I have not seen a single case of lung cancer that has been linked with marijuana smoking. So it could be because the research isn't robust enough, but I actually think more so it was what was causing the lung cancer. And I actually think if people smoked natural tobacco these days, I don't think they would see as many problems as they do. I think the problems that we see with tobacco now are almost exclusively from the fact that so many toxins and so many disgusting, gross chemicals are rolled in when they make those cigarettes. I mean, if you ever look at an ingredient package or an ingredient list on a package of cigarettes, it's pretty weird stuff they got in there. I mean, you're literally smoking arsenic and strychnine. I mean, I was literally smoking those things as well. So so I definitely, so I think that's where a lot of the cancer-causing elements of smoking comes from. And one of the sort of the evidence I have for that is that for thousands of years, Native Americans used tobacco products as part of their religious ceremonies on a fairly regular basis, with not the same level of problems as far as I'm aware. And it's because it was purely natural product, right? They just basically picked the natural tobacco leaves, dried them, and smoked those straight up. So. Yeah, I like my beers dark and strong as well. The dark ales are really what I'm into. Ales, porters, dark ales, porters, stouts, that sort of thing. A red ale is about the lightest thing that I like to go with. I like the odd black lager as well. So anything that's sort of dark, I'm gonna probably enjoy. I just find that the darker beers, no matter what style they are, the darker the beer, the more flavor you get, generally. So. So the Volcano vaporizer, I have seen the Volcano, and I've got a similar one to the Volcano, and maybe I just never got the temperature set right or whatever, but I just found it to be, I was getting about half of the buzz off of it that I got from smoking weed, so from actually smoking it. So I ended up just not using it anymore. I wonder if I still have it around. I'm sure I probably do somewhere, but where is the question? Yeah, I'm not sure where it is at the moment, but we turned pretty good here. I don't think we're going anywhere. We brick out on the river, of course. That's why we've got the avatar Bricky Martin, because that's our lot in life these days, Bricky Martin. So I still got a really short stack in the Dwarf Star. Still a long way to go to the money, and I'm quite a ways out of the money spots at the moment. Still got about 20, 22 big blinds, so it's not like super desperate, but it's also not, we're also not in great shape. The Titan, however, we've managed to build up a nice stack. We'll be coming up on the add-on period here reasonably quickly, 10 minutes or so. Actually, piano, I've seen a friend of mine has a little, it actually looks exactly like one of the tobacco or nicotine vapes that use nicotine salts instead of, so not the big one like this, but the little thin guys. And it wasn't terrible, I found, but I still wasn't as happy with the effect I got from it as I get from smoking. So, alrighty, so I am all in the Dwarf Star. From the button after people folded to me, and apparently it was not the right thing to do. Nope, was not the right thing to do at all because we ran into queens on the big blind. Oh well, we're done. We are done in the Dwarf Star bounty for $0 and 0 bounties. Well, that's no fun. So just got the Titan Nano left now as our final tournament of the day. We'll put in a raise with our King Queen. Although we should have our mouse on the actual poker table instead of on our OBS window when we try to raise. That helps. We got re-raised by the big stack and the big blind. I think we just check this down to showdown if we can. And I think we're gonna win against other king hands, yeah, ace, okay. Piano Cat, if he sends you those links in private, drop them into chat for us. I was going to tell him to drop them into chat, but I just realized I don't think he's a VIP at the moment, so he would probably get stomped on by Moobot if he tried. So if he sends them to you, why don't you drop them into chat, because Moobot will let you do what you want. Yeah, I think you're right, Ant-Man. I think that's one of my biggest leaks is that I don't... I'm pretty comfortable raising my nut draws. It's my non-nut draws that I have issues with. I'm sitting on like a 10 high flush draw. And I guess maybe I'm thinking about it backwards, because my problem is if I put in the raise here, all I'm doing is giving money away to somebody who has a bigger flush draw than me. And I suppose I shouldn't be thinking that way, but it's part of what I've got in my background. Whereas I'm thinking that if I'm just calling, I'm at least giving myself chances to minimize the size of the pot against hands that beat me out. Now I can sort of see from the reverse perspective that it's actually the weaker draws that I want to be raising more and the nut draws that I want to be calling more, because the nut draws are the ones that I'm basically just letting people bluff into me as often as possible because they're the nuts. Whereas the other ones, I'm like, well, no, I'm actually a little bit worried now that my hand has come in. So yeah, I sort of get that. I can see that, and I think that's one of my bigger leaks is that I do tend to play the hand that I have, as much as I try to think about my hand in ranges, I still tend to play the hand that I have. And at the end of the day, when I'm sitting with a draw, I'm like, I don't actually have a hand here. I don't actually have a hand that's going to win at showdown unless I get there. And if he's betting big, then he has a hand that will win at showdown, which means he's ahead of me right now, which means I am gambling when I put my money in. And I'm not really a gambler. I'm a skill player. I like to play games of skill, not gambling games. Now I understand poker's a little bit of both, but that's part of where I need to get my brain set into a poker skill mindset as opposed to a skill mindset, if that makes sense. Because yeah. I'm also the sort of person that loves the call behind and then you hit your draw. Because I also find you're going to get value out of that a lot. Because as you say, Ant-Man, people are sort of expected to raise their draws. So when I just call behind, it's putting me, rather than putting me on the draw, it's putting me on maybe a pair or a couple of pairs on the board, over pair to the board, that sort of thing. So when the draw actually comes in, it doesn't look like I have it, and the other player can either be bluffing at it, or that sort of thing. So that's the other reason why I think I tend to call more than I put in the raise. So I don't know. It is definitely something that I know I see a lot of other people doing it, and I know I don't do it enough. So I need to start thinking more about it. Yeah, I'm done in the dwarf too, Pinky. It's the way it goes some days. Hey, you want to see my OBS wig out? I still haven't figured out why it does this. So I've got my poker window on my 1080p screen, and it works fine on the when it goes over to the OBS and streams out to the world. However, I'm not going to adjust the size of my table. I'm not going to do anything other than grab my table, slide it over onto my 4K screen, and you'll watch my OBS just basically lose its head and have a really hard time with what I'm about to do, which it shouldn't actually be that complicated of a maneuver, I wouldn't think. But boom, all of a sudden it thinks it's like a quarter the size it used to be, or a third the size it used to be, even though it's exactly the same size. As far as the window I'm concerned, I haven't actually changed the size. So yeah, very weird. But it's clearly an artifact of OBS of some sort, because of OBS mixing with the 4K, mixing with the different screen resolutions, I'm thinking. Because when I grab the table, and again, without doing anything, I'm not changing the size, I'm not adjusting anything in my OBS settings at all, I slide it back to my other screen, and boom, we're back to a normal looking full-size table. I'm confused, but I'm thinking it has to be some sort of a weird glitch inside of the OBS code when you're working with two different screen resolutions. It's the only thing I can come up with. I can, in theory, if I'm over on the 4K screen, I can adjust my OBS to make that table look like it's full size, but it's like an absurdly gross hack to get it there. And then it just goes all wacky if I resize the table in any way or anything like that. So it's just not It's just not workable to play poker on my 4K screen. But that's okay because actually it's working out well. I've got my OBS running on one side of the 4K screen, and then I've got my chat and Twitch dashboard open beside it on the other half of the 4K screen. And it's actually working really well today. I can chat and see chat in real time, see what's happening on my OBS in real time as well at the same time. And yeah, it's actually working well. Yeah, it's working not too bad. It's working not too bad. Yeah, absolutely, Ant-Man. And it lets me push people off of bluff hands like overcards that might come out of me that are technically better than my hand at the moment, but but my hand actually has more equity at the moment. That sort of thing. So yeah, I totally get why the raising makes sense, and I totally understand I need to do it more often. Yeah. Alrighty, thank you, Piano Cat. Cool, I'll have to have a quick look at those. Thanks, Mr. Ration. I appreciate the links. I'll have a look at those and see what we get. I would actually like to stop smoking completely. As I said, I don't actually think that smoking marijuana is nearly as bad for you as smoking commercial tobacco is, but I don't actually think it's good for you either. So it's another one of those things where if I can find a better solution, then I would rather use the better solution. Gross, 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 gross. Yeah, the two screens do have different scaling. The 4K initially was only on 150, and it was too small, so I bumped it up to 200%. So that's probably what's happening with it. The OBS is getting confused by the scaling factor, probably. But yeah. As Piano Cat said the other day, my proper solution is to actually go out and get myself another 4K screen so I can be 4K on both sides. That would be the proper way to do things. So I'm sure add-on has to be happening like instantaneously. Here, yeah, next break less than 5 minutes. So at the end of this level, we will be adding on in the Titan Nano. Might be worth getting my chips in and rebuying for a 20K stack. Maybe, or doubling. Maybe not with A6, but might actually be something to think about. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not usually into celebrity endorsements of products because I'm like, yeah, you don't really, that's how am I supposed to know you're not just getting paid to get paid? but Snoop Dogg endorsing a weed vaporizer. I'm going to say there's product testing behind that endorsement, ladies and gentlemen. I will almost guarantee you there is a serious amount of product testing behind that endorsement. So I'm pretty happy to take Snoop Dogg's word on vaporizer suggestions. I think seems to be a good good resource. Yes. This looks like the ideal spot to get my chips in the middle and either double myself or triple myself up, or rebuy for 2 stacks and then add on. Or just take the limpers. That works too. Of course, when I do call behind with these speculative hands, they never actually hit. Not like that string of hands where everything I folded was flopping massive. It's always annoying. Well, that flower mate will be very discreet, actually. That looks exactly like a nicotine salts vaporizer, which I see people use all the time. So, I mean, this uses like a glycol type solution. There's another kind of nicotine vape that's called nicotine salts, which is a more concentrated, smaller version, and it goes into the much smaller vapes as well. And that flower mate one I looked at looks exactly like one of the Nick Salts nicotine vapes. So it would be an ideal it would be an ideal one to just be out smoking in public. Yeah, well, I mean, I can actually smoke oil in this thing. I've used oil. And especially now that it's legal here in Canada, they're actually producing a really good consistency of oil to go into something like this. I just don't like the taste of oil. I've never liked the taste of oil. To me, it's always been the thing that's it's like the crappy draft beer that you drink only because that's all that's available at the particular function that you're at that day. But you wouldn't normally ever drink that crappy draft beer on your own. That's how I feel about oil. It's the pot that I might do if it's the only thing available, but it's not something I enjoy. It's not something that I like the taste of. You know. Alrighty, so we add on 20K for 10 cents. Let's make sure we add that to our bankroll tracker. So we're in for 2 bullets on the Titan today. We busted the Dwarf Star and we busted the Sputnik. Alrighty, so it's not a terrible day so far. It's not a great day, but it's not a terrible day. We are currently 391 deep in buy-ins, but we have 245-1 and a chance to win some more money in the Titan Nano here, which I'll remind you is one of the 4. Ooh, I don't know why I guess I must be doing something weird with lighting when I put my arm up like this, because that seems to be when my camera goes and has like a brain fart. But yeah, I will remind you that we have won the Titan Nano once before. It is one of the 4 Nano tournaments that I have won here on Unibet. The other ones being the Dark Matter Nano, the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, and the Comet Nano. Since I broke the seal with this when we came back from the last break, I'll start up another one. Cheers. I always wonder what Twitch thinks about this, to be honest. I mean, it's legal in Canada, so it's not like I'm doing anything. It's not like I'm doing anything improper. It's no different than me sitting here drinking a beer at this point with the legal status in Canada. But there's still a lot of people that think about it entirely differently. So even here in Canada, even with legal status, there's still people that will go like, "Oh, geez, you're buying pot?" And I'm like, "You're buying beer at the liquor store? What the hell?" What's the difference, dude? But and in fact, it's pretty clear that I mean, for most people, it's pretty clear that if you're looking at a harm reduction strategy, booze does way more harm in society than marijuana ever has. And that's even given that, in Canada, especially in Canada, it's like the numbers were ridiculously big. Even when it was illegal, it was like 20% of the population were regular cannabis smokers. So 20% of the population is regularly breaking the law to get access to an illegal drug that does far less societal harm than the one that 50 or 60 or 70% of the people are going to the liquor store to buy legally. It's one of the reasons why Canada chose to legalize it. I'm sure is because the absurdity was just becoming beyond absurd. Yeah, you could be right. Actually, I'm not sure that many people use them over here even. Piano Cat. I've seen a couple of people use them at poker tournaments I've gone to and things like that. But most of the ones I see here are this style as well. And I actually don't even know. When I go down to buy my coils next time, I'm actually going to chat with the guy about what the nicotine salts are, whether they're more expensive or less expensive, and I might actually change to using that kind of vape. We'll see. So we flop top pair here on a limped board, so we're going to be pretty happy. We could check and let people bet into us, but it's kind of dangerous, and it's kind of a wet flop with the diamonds and the ace-king out there, so it's, I think putting the money in here is probably always going to pay off best for me. Crazy Papa, how you doing there, Papa? Fancy meeting you here. I was saying earlier that every single fucking nano we play lately has got Crazy Papa at our table. We just cannot get away from Crazy Papa. Ah, we're getting moved. Maybe we'll get away from Crazy Papa for a while. Good chance we see them at the final table, though, if we go late, if we go deep in this one. Of course, I wasn't on stream when I won the Dwarf Star bounty yesterday, but Crazy Papa was one of the players I was three-handed against when we were three-handed, with the other player being someone I have not seen before, but coincidentally and rather funnily had the name Crazy Kiddo, and then some numbers afterwards. And I thought it was kind of funny that I was three-handed against Crazy Papa and Crazy Kiddo. So we get rid of Crazy Papa. We do pick up, however, Moose's ex, who's a little bit of a crazy player, somebody that we're familiar with from other tournaments. Crazy Papa, I put in the category of crazy, but crazy like a fox. Moose's ex, crazy like a moose. How's that? Not exactly the same connotations. No, I didn't jump into the Galaxy, Addy. I play 2 Euro tournaments, but the rebuy add-on ones are just going to be a little bit big for me, I think. I mean, in the rebuy add-ons, I usually would expect that I would probably fire 3 or 4 bullets in those as an average, including the add-on portion of it. And given the fact that sometimes I might fire 4, 5, 6 bullets, other times I'm going to get through on 1, but average out to something like 3 or 4 bullets on those, which means I'm looking at 6 or 8. I should be looking at that as like a 6 or an 8 Euro tournament, not a 2 Euro tournament. So I have the bankroll for 2 Euro tournaments. I don't have the bankroll for 6 or 8 Euro tournaments, really, at this point. So. I wish they had more 2 Euro bounty tournaments going. I'm liking the 1 Euro Falling Star. Probably play 1 Euro Shooting Stars when I see them as well. But it basically seems to be bounties are 1 Euro and 5 Euros. There doesn't seem to be any 2 Euro bounties out there, which is weird. I looked the other day and I couldn't find any. Maybe they're just at a time when I'm not looking, but I looked through the whole schedule for, like, I filtered for 2 Euro buy-in and qualifiers and didn't see, and bounties and didn't see anything. So. Oh, might be that might be worth trying. That might be worth trying. I mean, I do know that you can take like your ounce of weed and you can make vape oil out of it in your kitchen if you want. The problem is that it's sort of prone to lighting your kitchen on fire if things go slightly wrong. And I frankly don't really want to do that, if you know what I mean. I mean, I don't believe that they've actually got anything here. And I actually think my ace queen is ahead, but I can't call. So I actually think they're like on an ace rag that's completely messed this. And they were just trying to give me their chips, but I can't call there, I don't think. Even if I know I'm ahead, I can't call there. El Dente, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Down to just one table now. We're just playing the Titan Nano at the moment. We'll see how that goes. So might not be online for too much longer. We'll see. With any luck, we can go deep in this one though and run it up and score some cash. So we got a min cash of 31 cents, and that is 20 players getting paid in this one. We are 29th currently, so ways to go. We got some work to do, but we can get there. The Titan is one of those tournaments where you don't actually have to be in scoring position to actually score, so I feel proud to take credit, some credit, small amount of credit for Piano Cat's Wizardwick avatar. Was inspired by one of my commercials yesterday, or no, Wednesday. Just watching the ace-queen hand coming through now. I mean, I think reshoving the turn there, that might be the spot where I reshove my flush draw. On the turn there. But, I mean, I guess folding there is the way to go, but... Oh, is there a €2 shooting star bounty starting in 56 minutes? Cool. I might jump into that. As played, never fold river. Yeah, okay, I did. Because... Oh, fold river. Okay, I thought... Weird. The first time I read that, Ant-Man, I thought it said, as played, never fold river. But now I read it and I say, as played, fold river. So, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was sort of my thought. And I think I feel now like I should have probably done the raise on. I should have probably raised the check raised the the turn. Probably check shove on the turn there, and I probably get him off any hand that's not two clubs. But you know, hindsight's 20/20, right? I went 3x with the ace queen pre. Addy. So this is a spot where I intentionally checked because of the because I was first to act and I wanted somebody else to bluff into the pot with my ace high flush draw. I was going to come over the top of them there for sure, but clearly nobody was wanting to actually put anything in for that. Yeah, there are weird times for sure. And frankly, if I want to play in the evening, one of the reasons I play during the day, my time, is because it's the only time the good games run. If I want to play in the evenings, there's no nano selections at all in my evenings. And there's a very limited selection of 1 and 2 euro games. Even it's basically there's 5s and 10s running, but there's none of the smaller games. I do want to do Friday night, Saturday sometime, where I sleep all day Friday for me, and then I get up at like midnight Friday for me, which is probably 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. in the Central European time zones, and then play an entire Saturday of the daytime schedules, which I've never actually really seen or played much of. So that might be fun to do. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he had something decent there. And I mean, I'm thinking that my ace could even be behind like an ace king at that point. But he just seemed like he was. Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like he was on an ace X that hadn't hit anything, and was assuming that I was on it, if that makes sense. If I would, and was assuming that I was just trying to steal the pot away from him. The reason that I can't call there is because the ace king is one of the ace X's that missed the board that he could have. So that's the reason I don't call there at the end. But we've still got a reasonable stack, and we've still got playable stack. Well, his bet was 7,000, and at that point I had like 40 behind. So if I raise, I'm going to put in a raise to like 18 to 20 grand, which is like half my stack. So that's why I'm thinking I have to shove if I put in the raise there. Because raising to half my stack seems wrong there, sizing wise. If I had a bigger stack, I would agree with you, but I think the stack size meant that I didn't really have a re-raise size that wasn't awkward other than all in. In the raise with ace 9 here. Flopping top pair, pretty happy with that. We're going to continue bet. I see. Put in another bet on the. Yeah, I guess I checked there because my hands actually got more value. I was sort of bluffing check. I was sort of c-bet bluffing the flop, right? So yeah, that was sort of what. But yeah, you're right. Actually, if I just put in the bet there, that makes more sense. Yep. Gotcha. Alrighty, we got another break coming, so we're going to run you, I think, the last set of the new ads that I got. Give me a second to set that up for you. What did we do here? Oh, no, that was the last set of those. So we're going to go back to some repeats now, I guess. Let's go to... Oh, let's play. We haven't played these in ages, and I kind of like these, so these are fun. We'll be back.
Every Sunday night on ABC, live adventure with two forces that defend a nation's security. First, board America's most amazing submarine, the Seaview, for a perilous voyage to the bottom of the sea.
I never felt a current like this before. Even full speed astern doesn't stop us.
Then Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. portrays Inspector Lou Erskine of the FBI.
You've got more important things on your docket than...
Then what? Man has got some rights, Art. And among them is the right to be brought to trial alive.
This is the FBI. Come out with your hands above your heads.
Watch stories dramatized from closed cases of the FBI. Every Sunday, watch 2 hours of adventure in color. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and the FBI on ABC. Every Monday night, the action is here on ABC. First, see a deadly struggle fought at 12 o'clock high.
I'm going to set us on a collision course.
Here it comes! Next, the most notorious brothers in our nation's history. With his brother Frank, he became part man, part myth. But who really knew him? Watch The Legend of Jesse James. Now, meet the man they called Shenandoah.
And sometimes a face seems so familiar, I feel I'm right on the edge of remembering and...
Without a memory or a past, he rode a dangerous trail, searching for the man he had once been, before he became a man called Shenandoah. Every Monday night, watch 12 o'clock high, The Legend of Jesse James and A Man Called Shenandoah on ABC.
Honey West has been brought to you by
ABC, where I'll be seeing you in the FBI in color. I'm Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., inviting you to join me every Sunday night.
What in the world is a detergent-based shampoo doing with your lovely cosmetics? Most leading shampoos are basically synthetic detergent. Not Breck. Breck is the natural formula shampoo. It cleans, shines, manages, but never overcleans. What do you want with detergent hair when you can have beautiful hair by Breck?
You're about to see the reason why new Breck Hair Set Mist is better than other leading hairsprays. Other hairsprays drip. They're wet and runny. They can soak your hair, drag out the curl, leave hair stiff and lacquery. But not Breck. Its new filtered formula starts holding before the others even get dry. Which would you choose?
New Breck Hair Set Mist with a filtered formula.
Honey, you're so beautiful. No wonder guys flip over you.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. I hear the viewers here in Dallas-Fort Worth are flipping over the great Friday night lineup on WFAA-TV Channel 8.
Like, for instance?
Well, the evening starts in color with the Stone Age antics of the Flintstones. Then another color program, Tammy, starring Debbie Watson. After Tammy is the ghoulishly funny Addams Family, followed by our program, Honey West. You know the kind of fun we have. Absolutely all right. Bruce, he's in there.
Oh, some watchdog you are. Half cat, half chicken.
Following our adventures, you'll see Inger Stevens in The Farmer's Daughter. Then comes a musical treat, The Jimmy Dean Show.
Hey, that's a good evening of television entertainment. Anything else?
Lots more, and it fills out a perfect evening. Then stay tuned for the Channel 8 report with Bob Gooding, Dale Milford, and Woody Van Dyke on Channel 8, Dallas, Fort Worth.
And we're back. And we are back. That Honey West advert at the end there, promo at the end there, just always, I love that because it's just so wonderfully stilted. It's like, if you've ever seen the movie Stepford Wives, she looks like a Stepford wife there. She looks like she's being held hostage or something and being forced to read these lines, and she's terrified, staring into the... I mean, it's just so stilted. It's astonishing. But actually, I think that was just the style of the time. But just from the modern perspective, it just feels so staged and so set up, and her expression is just so... I don't know, her expression just seems completely, I want to say empty, but it's like that empty, vapid smile staring into space look that, I don't know, it's weird. I can't quite put my finger on what it is about that ad that creeps me out so much, but it's like, I don't know. It's just not right. There's something not right about that ad. Hello, Wes. Good to see you, buddy. And yeah, but I love the one of the other things I love here is the fact that they're advertising color programs in black and white, which I think is just wonderful. It's an artifact of an era that only lasted a few years, frankly, maybe 10 years, 15 tops, before when not everything was maybe not even that long, but before everything was just done in color. Because I honestly don't remember anything when I was a kid that was still being done, and I was born in '66, and I don't really remember anything from the TV that I watched as a kid that was filmed in black and white that I'm aware of, unless it was an old show. I've actually never even heard of the Honey West show, so that's the other thing that I find fascinating about this ad, is that it seems to be like the fact that she's out doing these promos all over the place would indicate that the Honey West show was a particularly popular show at one time. But not only have I never seen it, because it was before my time, it's not even a show that I remember people talking about. For any reason at any time. And so it's very weird, I find. Very strange. Put in the raise here with our King Jack. Flop top pair. Pretty happy about that. We shouldn't be up against a deuce 3, but this is a nano, so you never know. So we're actually still in with a fighting chance here in the Titan. Ace high can still be good here. In fact, ace high could be good at showdown here quite a bit. Or we can split with other aces. So we're not in terrible shape. 16 to go to the money. We are 21 with 20 getting paid, so it's not terrible. I feel like this is a spot I can't give up. Come on, nice, nice. Oh, gross. We have to split that pot. That is so gross. It's so gross. Oh well. Oh well. Probably should have put in a raise with the queen 10 there. That's probably too nitty of me to fold that there in the cutoff. Deuce 4 on the hijack, however, I can quite happily get rid of, I think. Put in the raise with our ace queen. Suited. That moves us up into scoring position at least. Although there's still a bit of time to go, so we may not stay in that spot, but I don't think we're ever calling off with our deuce 7 here for any price. Unless it's like one big blind, maybe. I think I need to be getting like 7 or 8 to 1 at that point to call off there. Should have just min raised this, actually. I mean, it worked out for me in that case, but when he shoves and I probably folding my king 4 by making it 3x, I'm just basically, I just gave away an extra big blind in those spots. So I should probably just be min raising there. Min raising or shoving there. Let me know if you guys think that's an improper strategy in that spot, but I think in that spot I should just be min raising. If it's a raise fold spot, if it's a spot where I think I'm raise folding, then I should just be min raising there. And the alternate to min raising isn't a 3x raise, it is a shove there with a hand like that where, you know, you're basically at that point forcing him to call off for his stack. I think the 3x raise was probably my worst choice there. Worst possible choice. It worked out for us in that case, but damn, evisceration. Sorry about that, man. The almost classic race. The slightly less than classic race. I'm not sure I'm raise folding this one, but I decided to go back to the 2x raise here anyways. I think I'm probably calling off against a rock lol shove. But I think at this point he's probably not shoving anymore. I don't think he shoves. I don't think he tanks this longer than shoves usually. Maybe he does. Oh, he's timed out. So there's no timing tells to get here. Except that maybe he rage quit when I raised his big blind. I mean, just fucking donk lead, eh? Just fucking donk lead. Like without even any thought. It was just an insta shove donk lead as well for 4x the pot. I mean, okay, I guess. Don't know what the fuck you're doing that with, but That feels actually like a big blind special that woke up and hit something. 2 pair there or something like that. That's what that feels like. Now we've got a pair of 10s and a completely different board dynamic. And limp, limp, limp. And 25 big blinds. Guess we just push all our chips in the middle with a 10 and a 10. And we do not hold. We're down to the Titan, I guess. That might have been too loose. I mean, I didn't need to reshove there. I wonder if I just check through on the flop there and it comes 999 if he folds his ace jack. That's thinking too results oriented, but I'm just wondering about that specific hand if that goes. Yeah, oh well. Alrighty, well I guess we're done for the. Yeah, me too, Evisceration. We're I guess exactly the same time, even though you're going to see it 3 minutes later. It's pretty much exactly the same time because I've only been sitting here for 30 seconds since I busted. So, alrighty, guess we're going to call that. I guess we're going to call that a day. It's been fun. It's been fun. Didn't quite make a profit today. We're about a €1.50 down today, but we came close to a couple of spots. It was a little gross to bubble the deep impact like we did. I still think that was the spot where I need to shove, and we just got unlucky that he had ace king. They woke up with ace king that hand. And I'm not actually even that unhappy with the way I went out in the Titan Nano. I think getting it in with 10s there is not a terrible spot. I actually think ace jack might even be a bit of a loose call against my 28 big blind shove there. It can look like I'm just squeezing with maybe a weaker hand than I have. And in fairness, ace jack is racing against a lot of the pairs that I'm going to do that with. But, to be honest, I'm not actually probably doing that with much below 7s. So he's not actually racing against a lot of the pairs that I'm doing that with. He's racing maybe half the pairs I'm doing that with. The jacks, queens, kings, and aces, of course, he's in pretty rough shape too when I do that. So yeah, I don't know. It's a question, but I can't criticize other people's play necessarily, and I'm not unhappy with that. And you get it in with a flip and lose the flip. That's poker, right? That's just the way poker goes. So yeah, we're not doing too bad. It's not terrible. Could be worse. So yeah, we'll be back. Not back tomorrow because I'm on the road tomorrow. I might post some Twitter pictures from the drive so you guys can see what Western Canada looks like a little bit, since I know not a lot of you have come from here and maybe not a lot of you have ever been here. So that said, I will warn you, it's not very exciting. It is largely a giant flat field is what we have. A few rolling hills here and there, but there's not a lot of exciting stuff around. So yeah, I guess I'm done for the day, and thank you once again for taking a ride on Mothership Poker with me, and we'll be coming in for a landing. I'm out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.